It is a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Hennings producing today's show. You out there, how y'all be on a Wednesday? Well, we have a lot to discuss today. Sixers getting ready for the play-in last night, and if it's anything like that Heat-Hornet matchup last night, that thing was bonkers. I don't know how many people actually watched it last night, but it was off the charts. It was like a Reggie Miller ending of that game. That was an awesome, awesome game last night. If that's anything like these NBA playoffs are going to be, we're in luck, baby. We're in luck. That was an awesome game last night. The late game, the Suns lose to the Trailblazers, so Portland is now the 7 seed, and the Sixers will play the Magic tonight. Little kind of a playoff feel. You could definitely tell the difference between that game last night and a NBA regular season game. For all the people who are critical of the product, you have every right to be during the regular season, but the game last night is why people wait and watch. That Hornets Heat game last night was definitely bonkers. It was off the charts. Hopefully the Sixers and the Magic give us something like that tonight. We'll talk to Adam Aaronson, Sixers Adam, coming up in 28 minutes to preview the matchup and really the big picture possibilities for this Sixers team. When could Joel possibly play, if at all? Is that something that Sixers fans should even think about? Or is this a, hey, win, get in, and then get your ass kicked by either the Celtics and the Pistons? Most likely. We'll dive into it with Adam coming up at the bottom half of the hour. Flyers win last night. Doesn't really do anything because they were already locked in to a matchup with the Pittsburgh Penguins. But it was good to see, listen, on a night after you have won and clinched, that the Flyers come back and play well again. Now, they sat a bunch of guys out, but Michkov played last night. Martone played last night. Michkov had a goal, 2 assists. Porter Martone had a goal in the game. So it was good to see the young guys get involved in the game. And then they win the game, and they'll go play Pittsburgh now. And, of course, we'll be covering that series big time. We'll have the games for you. For whatever reason, the NHL is holding on to their playoff schedule like it's an NFL schedule. Are they going to do like a release show or something? Just put the schedule out. The Eastern Conference playoff matchups are set. They are ready to go. Let us know when the Flyers are going to give us playoff hockey. I think it's going to be either Saturday or Sunday. We know that for sure. But how about this possibility? On Sunday, if the Sixers win tonight, they would play at 1 o'clock against Boston. Could there be a possibility that we get a 1 o'clock Sixer game, a 4 o'clock Flyers game, and a 7:20 Phillies-Braves matchup? I mean, you've got all the Philly teams and all of the rivals. Sixers-Celtics, Flyers-Penguins, Phillies-Braves. I mean, that would be an epic day, wouldn't it? And we would have all 3 games for you right here on 97.3 ESPN. I definitely think that, the Flyers win last night, notwithstanding. I definitely think that the Flyers are going to win over the town this weekend. I definitely think that the Flyers are going to win over the town this weekend. So the Sixers tonight have like one night of good graces. You know, if it's anything like that game last night, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a high-energy atmosphere. Who knows? Tickets have not been they're not very expensive. I think it's like $30 to get a ticket to the Sixer game. I wonder if Nuggets will go tonight. Get a little bit of nosebleeds, Nicky Nosebleeds up there for a game tonight. And then you've got the Phillies last night. And we got Phillies Fastball coming up at 3 o'clock, but I do want to dive into it. Our poll question at Mike Gill Show. At Mike Gill Show. You can vote on the poll question. A lot of people discussing this today, okay? A lot of people discussing this. So we can start the conversation there. Last night, now I don't think this would have changed the outcome of the game, most likely not. Phillies are down, 7-4, bases loaded, bottom of the eighth, right? Who comes to the plate? It's Brandon Marsh's turn. Now, Cubs have a lefty. We all know Brandon Marsh against left-handed pitching has been terrible. So a lot of discussion on this. Who would you have had hit in the eighth inning with the bases loaded last night? You go Marsh, you go Bohm, or you go Kemp. They're your options last night for the most part. At Mike Gill Show, you can vote throughout the day. We'll update the poll. We're going to talk about this in Phillies Fastball today. They went with Bohm. And Bohm obviously struck out, has really struggled this season. And, through the first 17 games of the year, Bohm has been atrocious. Brandon Marsh, who's having a good start to the season, but he does not hit lefties. They hit for Marsh last night with Bohm. All right, that's the poll question. Josh, early stages, that was a big discussion point last night all over social media. Why hit for Marsh? I think everybody with half a brain knows why they hit for Marsh last night.
To me, I don't think the issue is, at least for me, why did you hit for Marsh? My question was, why Bohm?
What are the other options?
Well, your poll question says Otto Kemp.
Yep. Otto Kemp, by the way, has a worse batting average than Bohm does. So I know everybody hates Bohm, but of all three guys, who's the most accomplished?
Well, if you're going most accomplished, yes, it's Alec Bohm.
Well, what else am I going to go off of?
Well, again, Kemp is supposed to be the right-handed flip for Marsh in left field.
You had Bohm available. Just because he's the right-handed flip doesn't mean Sosa would have been the guy to hit in that spot, but Sosa was playing today, last night, because Bohm was sitting.
Right.
So now you have Bohm available to hit. So just because the platoon guy happens to be there, if you have a player who's a starting everyday player, let's say, for instance, Harper wasn't playing. Are you going to hit? Let's say Trey Turner wasn't playing. Are you going to hit Kemp instead of Trey Turner because Kemp happens to be the guy the platoons in left field?
No.
Okay.
I listen. I hear what you're saying in the most linear sense. The idea that, listen, you want the best pinch hitter possible off the bench in that situation. But I think there's so much fatigue with Alec Bohm.
I agree with that.
That unless Alec Bohm goes on an incredible hot streak,
which he did last year.
Yes,
he did.
But unless he does it again.
In the month of April last year, he was not good. By the end of the year,
well, the second half was much better than the first half.
Well, really, from the I'll bring up the numbers here in a second because he was really not good in the month of April.
April, yeah.
And then really May, June, July. I think he had a bad August somewhere in there. But point being, he got off to a slow start last year as well. In April last year and May, in the month of April, 28 games, he hit 221. In May, he hit 324. In June, he hit 301. In July, he hit 257. In August, he hit 283. In September and October, he hit 345. So he really got off to a slow start last year and then really picked it up the rest of the way. Point being, he's the most accomplished guy you have against a left-handed pitcher. Now, you might not like your options, but of the options, he's the best option that you had against a left-handed pitcher. Now, some people are saying, look, Marsh is the hot, bat right now. Just go with him. We have a big enough sample size to know that he just does not hit lefties. So I get it. We all like Marsh better than we like Bohm. But don't you have to hit Bohm in that spot? Bases loaded with a left-handed pitcher going. He's a guy who's a proven RBI guy. It has to be Bohm. You can't hit Kemp in that spot. Kemp, by the way, this year has struck out in 50% of his at-bats. So it's hard to say, hey, Otto Kemp, you're hitting 154. We've got Bohm sitting here who's had 97 RBI seasons, back-to-back years. We're going to put Kemp up there. You can't do that, right? Am I out of my mind on this one?
I don't think you're out of your mind at all. I think it's less I think it's less about the fact of should you pinch hit Bohm and more of there's just this increasing feeling of people. I get it in my text all the time. I see it online. There's just a here we go again. Rinse and repeat.
I get it. This is the guys that you have. You are, as a fan, frustrated that the Phillies have not made changes. So it's the same options that you had. You have a left-handed hitter who can't hit left-handed pitching. So you have to hit for him. And your options are multiple guys that you're not all that excited about.
Exactly.
So I understand that. But to question the move and then say they lost the game because they hit for Marsh is preposterous.
Well, listen, people who are saying that are just being ridiculous. And frankly, those are probably the same people who say ridiculous things all the time.
Well, by the way, Otto Kemp, because right now in the poll question, who do you think is the leader? Marsh, Kemp, or Bohm?
I don't even know because I don't even know where the internet feels today.
Here's the question.
Which side of the bed did the internet wake up on?
Phillies fans, a lot of discussion on this. Who would you have hit in the 7th inning with the bases loaded? Marsh, Bohm, or Kemp? They are your three options. Right now, it's 67%, 19%, and 13%.
I would guess Marsh.
Marsh, 67%.
I only guess Marsh because of the percentage you gave me. I didn't expect it to be that high.
Marsh, by the way, is significantly more popular than Bohm. This is a popularity question,
correct.
By the way. Who's more popular? Marsh is.
Right.
Marsh is not the right answer to this question. Marsh is not the right answer to this question.
But it doesn't matter because what the right answer to the question is not the same as how people feel. And on a Wednesday afternoon, people look at Bohm and they say, I hate his face.
Yeah. And by the way, Kemp has struck out 7 times in 15 at-bats. He's hitting 154. He's come to the plate 15 times. He has struck out 7 of them. So Kemp is not an option in this spot either. Bohm is the only option here because if I give you the numbers for Marsh, you would say I can't hit Marsh in this situation.
Absolutely.
He has struck out about 50% of the time against left-handed pitching. So you are in an unfortunate spot that one of your most productive hitters can only hit pitchers that throw right-handed.
Right.
And that is a problem.
A huge problem.
609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. 609-403-0973. White Horse RV in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. Mike would have been nice since the Phillies are paying him to have Castellanos come off the bench and hit there. I don't agree. I don't want to see Castellanos in that spot either, although he is right-handed. And if Castellanos was here, he probably would have been in the game because they started an opener. But I don't need to go down the road. Castellanos was a bad dude in the clubhouse. The team wanted to move on from him. And the team right now, by the way, Castellanos is hitting 200 with the Padres. So he's not really.
He's still swinging and missing. Don't worry.
Yes, and it looks like the Padres are already kind of limiting him and his at bats. But
absolutely,
to go to that text message, no, I don't need to see Castellanos in that spot there. Look, Bohm's struggling. There's no question about it. But Mike, they made the right decision. It didn't work out. That's baseball. Yeah, there's a measured answer. I like that on a Wednesday afternoon.
Shocking.
They went by the book, but that's who the Phillies are. That's what they do. The book says it's a left-handed pitcher against a left-handed platoon player. You go with the right-handed bat. They had a starting right-handed guy on the bench. Now, you might not like Alec Bohm right now, but Alec Bohm is a much more accomplished hitter than Kemp is, so that trumps Kemp. The question is Bohm, who's struggling, against Marsh, who has been productive, but only against right-handed pitching. Now, some people say, you know what? He's been hot. Just go with him and let him try to see what he can do. That's not how this works in 2026. Right? That's not how it works. The manager sits there. He has to pull out the handbook that the front office gives him, and they say, look, Alec Bohm is there. You got a lefty against a lefty. You can't do that. Now, I'm going to tell you this. Every single Major League Baseball team would have made the same move last night. They have a platoon player, and Thompson was asked about it after the game, and he was clear as day. They weren't even thinking about letting Marsh hit there, right? He said it after the game. Was there any thought to let him hit? No, there was no thought of letting Marsh hit in that spot.
But again, it goes back to, for a large contingent of the fan base, they don't care what the right move is. They don't care what the baseball move is. They're saying, I'm sick and tired of this team, and right now, Bohm is the easy whipping boy.
Phillies have put Zach Pop on the injured list and recalled Kyle Backus, so that move just came down the pipeline. By the way, Brandon Marsh against lefties in 2022, 188. 2023, 229. In 2024, 192. Last year, 197. He can't hit lefties. It's a shame because Marsh is a productive player. Right? It's a shame he can't hit lefties. He's a good, productive player.
Listen.
And by the way, Marsh has been one of your most productive bats this season. It's unfortunate that it's only against right-handed pitching.
What's unfortunate is that this game was not lost because the Phillies pinch hit Alec Bohm for Brandon
It wasn't,
Marsh.
but it's a microcosm of how short this team is and how the
Limited.
lack of depth that they
Yeah.
have. It's a 7-4 game. You have bases loaded, and your number 5-hole hitter comes up, and you have to hit for him. How many times are going to come to the plate, and you have to hit for that guy?
Almost none.
Right. That's the problem, is you have such a short talent, such short depth in your lineup that your fifth hitter has to get hit for in that situation. That's the microcosm of the decision. It's not that that decision lost him the game. It's the big picture that you have to hit for your 5-hole hitter because he can't hit against lefties, and you don't have a real 5-hole hitter. You don't have a 4-hole hitter. You don't have a 5-hole hitter. So you're hitting for Marsh, who's in the 5-hole, with a guy who is hitting in the 150s right now. And he's a better option. That's the sad point. And that's the problem. So, no, you didn't lose the game of that because of that last night, but it's the big picture of how can my team compete if I get into a spot in a game and I have runners on base and I have the middle of my order up, 3, 4, and 5. They're my RBI guys. And I have to hit for my 5 guy. What does that say about you? You're not good enough.
I'll tell you what it says about me. It says that I was so early checked out of that game because I knew they were going to lose.
Wow, even after the 3-run homer by Sosa?
No, I was there for that.
Okay, you said checked out early in the game. That was
Earlier
early.
than usual.
Gotcha.
Listen.
Well, I mean, the score, it's 3-2. It's 3-3 in the 5th.
Right.
I mean, they scored 4 runs in the 6th.
Right. Once the 4 runs were scored, I was like, this game's over.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, bullpen didn't have it last night. Meza, who's been good, he struggled in that inning. There was the play that probably should have been made by Stott. That was a big play in the game. You also had, Harper came up in that same 8th inning, and he struck out.
Yes.
There was 2 on for Harper, and he struck out. So Harper facing a tough lefty, he strikes out. We want Marsh to face the same guy?
Well, and that's why I said that to me, it's not – the game wasn't won or lost because of the Marsh-Bohm decision. It's just that you got in that situation and you would hope you'd have a better option. But, this organization wants to tell you that we're a good baseball team.
Paul from Millville makes an interesting comment. He says, everyone's upset about the offense, but it's the starting pitching that hasn't been good enough so far. The starting pitching hit a lot of our flaws this year. They're just not as sharp. And the offensive line for the Eagles, when the pitching is not as sharp, the flaws are glaring. Interesting, because last night you had a Nola start. He went 5 innings. He gave up 8 hits, 3 runs. I mean, he wasn't great, but that's Nola, right? That's a Nola start for you.
Exactly. And to me, where I would disagree with Paul from Millville is the majority of the money on this team is invested in the offense.
No, I disagree with that. The starting pitching, every single guy's making, Nola's making $25 million. Wheeler's making, he's not even pitching right now, but he's making a boatload. They just gave Sanchez a boatload of money. Walker makes $18 million. You got 4 guys in that rotation. The only guy that doesn't get paid is Painter. Luzardo, he just got paid $25 million.
it doesn't change the fact that you have all that money, $300 million plus invested
you have
in Turner and
Harper, and Schwarber. Those three guys make all the money. Nobody else in that lineup gets paid skedaddle.
Realmuto's making $15 million.
Realmuto makes $15 million. He's on he's on a
he's
little
overpaid.
Bit. He's actually hitting 280 right now. I mean, he's been one of their best offensive players. Realmuto's 286. I'm sorry, with a 388 on base percentage. He's been one of the more productive guys on this team.
So you agree with Paul that you think the pitching staff needs to be better?
I didn't say I agreed or disagreed. I disagreed with your comment that the team's money is invested in the offense, and I don't see it that way. They've invested their money into Turner, Harper, and Schwarber. Realmuto makes $15 million, so he's an averagely paid guy. But nobody else. Stott doesn't make anything. Marsh doesn't make anything. Crawford doesn't make anything. Bohm doesn't make anything. Garcia doesn't make anything. The whole team is Wheeler, Sanchez, Luzardo, and Nola. Nola gets paid $25 million. The four starters all make over $20 million, and the fifth starter, Walker, makes $18.
So because of the pitching staff, we should vacate responsibility for the offense.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that guy's point is not bad. The pitching, like you scored 4 runs last night, okay? It's like the Phillies, it's like the Eagles offense. They gave you the lead in the fourth quarter of a home game, and your defense couldn't get the job done. The other night, they had the lead in the 8th inning of that game. They paid $22 million for a setup man, and they lost the lead in the 8th. Now, Keller wasn't pitching because he wasn't available, but point being, you've invested in the pitching. You know your offense is up and down and all around. When you have a lead late in the game, you better take advantage of those days. Yesterday, you didn't have a lead late in the game, but it is a 3-3 game in the 5th. You turn it over to your bullpen, and you end up having a 7-3 game. They end up scoring 1 in the 8th because they get something going. And then that's when this decision comes up. But to say that they've invested all this money in their hitting, they did. The top 3. But really, the rest of this team is a bunch of vagabonds. Garcia, Marsh, Bohm, Stott, they don't make any money.
Listen, fair, okay? I just think that this team was not built for the pitching staff to constantly save them. I think they invested resources into the best pitchers they could get. To me, this team is built around, as Thompson and Dombrowski has said, they're big hitters, slugging. And when they're not slugging like they were on Monday, this is what happens.
All right, Sports Bash Live, your guys' thoughts. Hit us up on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Tonight it is the play-in game for the Sixers. They will play the Magic. We'll talk to Adam Aaronson, Sixers. Adam joins me on the other side. He's getting ready to pop on the show, get us a little preview of tonight's game between the Sixers and the Magic up at Xfinity Mobile Arena. Anybody going to the game tonight? I can't imagine anybody's all that excited about paying to go see a play-in game, but I could be wrong. That game's tonight right here on 97.3 ESPN. Is that a 7:30 tip?
Yes.
7:30 tip with Tom McGinnis on the call. By the way, Phillies are 7-8 this year. No, 8-9 this year. They are 8-9, 1 game under 500. The Phillies record after 17 games last year, 10-7. The year before, 9-8. The year before that, 7-10. And the year before that, 7-10. Now, let's not judge a team after 17 games, right? Last year they were 10-7. Right now you're 8-9. All right, more Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN. We are jam-packed today. Stick around. Don't miss a segment. Listen for that sounder to come on. If you hear it, be caller number 6 and 7. We're running out of days for you on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 2:30 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got Sixers and Magic tonight. If it's anything like the Hornet Heat game last night, that thing was bonkers. The last 25 seconds of that game, really last 45 seconds or 2 minutes of that game. I mean, it looked like the Hornets were done. They're down. They come back, take the lead. Then it looked like the Hornets, the Heat are done. Hero goes Reggie Miller and scores 6 points in like 5 seconds. And then somehow the Hornets end up winning the game. That was a fun one last night. We'll see if the Magic can top it tonight. Look and listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. Adam Aaronson at Sixers Adam joins me now as the Sixers get ready to start their potential playoff journey. They will take on the Orlando Magic tonight, and this is the winner will move into the 7th seed and will play the Celtics on Sunday at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, Adam. How you been?
I've been doing well. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man. So let's start with Orlando and Philadelphia and the matchup here. What kind of matchup is this for the Sixers? We know Joel Embiid, but how does this matchup set up for them?
It's a pretty interesting one. I look at Orlando sort of similarly to how I look at the Sixers, a team that on paper has a lot more talent than the 45-37 record would reflect, that at a few brief moments and periods during the season has looked really talented and really dangerous and like it could make noise in the Eastern Conference, but for the most part has been frustrating and sort of mind-blowing to the people that are around that team every day and the people that watch them game in and game out. It's a team that clearly has a lot of talent that on any given night can go toe-to-toe with any other team, but it just seems to be, getting in its own way constantly. And the Sixers have been like that too, as we all know far too well. So I think it's a pretty interesting matchup in that way because it's two teams that clearly have upside that have not been able to realize it all that much. And then when you get into the actual matchup on the floor, they've got really aggressive and physical guards. They've got two really good, strong forwards, wings that can handle the ball, that can score on their own, that can create shots for others. Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero, of course, are they're sort of at the center of everything that they do. They've got two good centers. They don't have a ton of three-point shooting. That's among their weaknesses. They added Desmond Bane, who is one of the best shooters in the NBA, and he's helped them there, but he might be their only surefire, positive impact three-point shooter. It's an interesting matchup. I think it's probably going to be a pretty close game.
Let's look at, first off, no Joel, obviously. Is this the kind of matchup, I don't want to say that you profile better without Joel, but, kind of that is a okay matchup if you don't have Joel, as opposed to some others where if you don't have Joel, you got no shot?
Probably just in that Orlando is not as good of a team as, let's say if they win this game, then they go to Boston. I don't think anybody would argue that the Embiid-less Sixers have enough just manpower to beat a team that good. Orlando is not so good that it is inconceivable for, Tyrese Maxey, Paul George, VJ Edgecombe, Quentin Grimes, Kelly Oubre, et cetera, to go and win you a game. That it probably feels like more with teams like Boston. Even I would put Detroit in that category if the Sixers lose this game and then beat Charlotte on Friday to get the 8th seed. So there's no question that, this is why Orlando's in the play-in. The same reason the Sixers are in the play-in. That's part of life in the play-in is the competition is not as high as it is if you get out of it. And so I think the Sixers certainly would hope that they could take advantage of a little bit weaker competition. But again, this Orlando team is not a bad team. And when they have been at their best, they look really, really dangerous, particularly defensively. And so it's going to be a challenge tonight because Orlando is another team that is going to be playing with some desperation, and that's never when you want to face somebody.
Is this a Bona game or a Drummond game?
It's a great question. I think that my guess would be that Andre Drummond starts based on the way that he closed the season. His stock was very much pointing up, and Bona's was probably pointing a little bit down to end the year. But as we've seen all year, that doesn't actually tell you all that much about which guy is going to end up playing more. I will say, I think Nick Nurse does like to sort of play the matchups with his center sometimes. And when when the other team plays two guys and one of them is much bigger and more of an imposing force on the glass, that's where you'll see Drummond usually. Orlando's backup center, Goga Batadze, leads their team in offensive rebounds per game, even though he only plays, I think, 15 to 16 minutes per night. that's a matchup that I think might be just on a physical level overwhelming for Bona, and this is going to be his first postseason game as an NBA player. He's not a stranger to high-stakes games. He's played in a lot of them internationally, including the final of Eurobasket this year, but this is the first time he's done it in the NBA. I think Drummond might start the game, but you might end up seeing a situation where Nurse tries to sort of mirror Drummond's minutes with Goga Bitadze to try to prevent Bitadze from dominating the Sixers on the glass. And that might mean Bona spends more time matched up with their Orlando starter, Wendell Carter Jr., who's a better overall player, sort of a jack of all trades. There's nothing that Wendell Carter Jr. is great at, but there's really nothing that I would call a weakness of his. He's a good passer. He's a decent shooter. He's a decent play finisher. He's a good rebounder. He's a good rim protector. Even if he's not incredible at any of those things, he's good at all of them, and that's still a tough matchup for Bona. But I think just on a sheer physical force level, probably more manageable for him than Bitadze.
All right, Adam Aaronson, PhillyVoice.com, all his Sixers play-in coverage against the Magic tonight. What do you do with the non-Maxey minutes? Or is he, knowing Nick Nurse, he might play him for 45.
Yeah, first of all, I think there are going to be very few non-Maxey minutes. I look back at Maxey's minutes logs in playoff games that he's played under Nick Nurse, which were the playing game against Miami and those 6 games against the Knicks. I think he was somewhere around 45 minutes a game. There was one overtime game in there where he played, I think, 51 minutes in that game when he hit those incredible shots to keep the Sixers season alive. I think he's going to play a whole lot in the brief spells where he's off the floor. I think you're looking at VJ Edgecombe on the floor and Paul George and potentially Quentin Grimes as well. I think Nick Nurse is going to try to stack the non-Maxey lineups with guys that can generate offense in the half court in hopes that one or a couple of them can give the Sixers, even if it's just anywhere from 90 seconds to 2.5 minutes of offense. That is a significant spell in itself, considering how much I would expect them to lean on Maxey. So it's going to be interesting to see, which centers are out there during those minutes. Is it more of a small ball with Kelly Oubre at the 4, and that enables you to keep someone like Dominic Barlow, who's better when he's playing off of high-usage guys, keep him more paired up with Maxey? There are a lot of interesting things that Nurse can do. I wrote about this at PhillyVoice.com yesterday, just all the different rotation decisions that Nurse has in front of him for this game alone, and I sort of took a crack at projecting how the whole thing will end up being mapped out over the course of 48 minutes. But there's no simple solution here. But I think generally speaking, during the brief periods where you don't have Maxey, stacking the lineup with guys that can create their own shot, that can create shots for others, is probably your best bet.
Yeah, I was going to say, how deep do you think Nick goes tonight? We do know he likes to ride his starters. So is this a game where the rotations are pretty tight?
Yeah, I would guess he's going to go with 9 tonight, and there's a chance that's 8, but I think it's 9, and that 9th man, Justin Edwards. I think if he gets going, Nurse is going to ride with him, because that's something that Nurse is very adamant about. If a guy comes off the bench and gives them really good minutes, he will just ride it for as long as he can, and he trusts Edwards a lot. And Edwards is a guy who we've seen, get hot in a hurry on threes, and that's the sort of thing that can swing any individual game, and it has a couple of times in the Sixers' favor this year. But if he's not playing that well, I don't think the Sixers are banking on getting tons of minutes from him. I think you're looking at the starters plus whichever of Bona or Drummond doesn't start, and then Barlow and Quentin Grimes, and then you have maybe 1 or 2 brief rotation cameos for Edwards, and that pretty much gets you to the number of minutes that you need. To me, the more interesting question is how far they can push Paul George. He, I think, before the suspension, had just gotten up to 40 minutes in a game for the first time. He played the final 10 games of the year, including both back-to-backs, and that's a good sign. But how much they can actually push him this early, and what they're obviously hoping on being a lengthy postseason run, remains to be seen.
All right, Adam, obviously you got Banchero, Wagner, and Bain. They got 3 20-point scores. Do you like those 3 or Maxey, Edgecombe, George? If you're looking at just top-end talent, win me one game. Who's 3 you like better?
Oof, that's a tough question. I lean towards the Sixers trio, in part because I think those guys are a little more synergistic with each other. Like, I look at I look at Orlando, and I wrote a story at Philly Voice today about just a deep dive on the Orlando Magic for those who have not been watching them all year. And at the end, I look at a bunch of the different lineup numbers with Orlando, and first of all, they're better without Paolo Banchero on the floor generally. They're better with one of Franz Wagner or Paolo out there. Excuse me, they're better with Franz out there and not Paolo, as opposed to Paolo without Franz. They're better, of course, with both of them, but at the same time, Jamal Mosley, their head coach, he staggers them a lot. That means they don't play together all that often, but it's to make sure that at least one of them is on the floor to run offense at all times, and that makes sense. But also Wagner, who missed almost 4 months with an ankle injury and just came back at the beginning of April, he hasn't played more than, I think, 25 minutes in a game since he's gotten back. It's unclear how far Orlando can even push him. So particularly because he is not all the way back to his best self and can't be relied on for significant minutes, I think I would lean towards that Sixers trio.
All right, Adam, obviously you mentioned Paul George, and we think he's healthy, right? He's healthy and ready to go. What is the anticipation, if any, at this stage for Joel?
I still think there's not much to anticipate yet. We still don't have any timeline as far as even a return to basketball activity, let alone basketball games. As of yesterday afternoon, after the Sixers had a morning practice, Nick Nurse said Embiid is still not even around the team yet. He's still at home recovering. Nurse said that Embiid is in good spirits, but again, he's still not with the team. So I think we're still a ways away from even having enough ammunition to reasonably speculate about when he's going to be back. I still think people should assume that the team as it will look on the floor tonight, barring any additional injuries, is just about how it will look moving forward. Obviously, it's incredibly unfortunate timing and just another completely unforeseen event that nobody could have possibly predicted. And it's unfortunate, and I don't understand. I completely understand why people, I should say, are chomping at the bit to get a return timeline, but I'm just not sure we're going to get one anytime soon.
All right, Adam. Obviously, I don't think it matters all that much, but did the Sixers match up better with Boston or Detroit?
I think probably Detroit. I just think Boston's a slightly better team. And first of all, I think that Detroit doesn't get enough respect. I think that team is outstanding. And I think the Sixers would rightfully be significant underdogs against Boston or Detroit, no matter what. And I think they should be. I think in a vacuum, do they have a better chance of making it a really competitive series with the Pistons or the Celtics? Probably the Pistons, but that involves having your season on the line before you even get into the playoff bracket. I understand the urge that some have to suggest, the Sixers should play their way into the 8-9 game on Friday so that they can play Detroit and not Boston. If you are putting yourself at risk of losing and going to the lottery instead of the playoffs for the sake of manipulating a matchup when you're still going to be a significant underdog, I think you're overthinking it. And if this team wants to do anything remotely serious, it would have to be able to be at least somewhat competitive against either Boston or a team that could beat Boston, just based on the nature of how a playoff bracket works. So I understand that some would rather play Detroit, and in a vacuum, I agree with that notion. But I think it's a little bit of an oversimplification to suggest that they should just manipulate things to land there. And again, not even mentioning the Charlotte Hornets, who would come here on Friday if the Sixers lose tonight, are a way better team than the Sixers, are a way better team than Orlando, better team than Miami, who they just barely beat, arguably a better team than Toronto and Atlanta, who got the last two surefire playoff bids in the East. Like that is no cakewalk. I'm not sure the Sixers would even be favored in that game at home.
That game was bonkers last night. The last 2 minutes of that game were insanity. Hornets win that game. They will now play on Friday night against the loser of tonight's game. Last one for you, Adam. What about the story about what's going on with the Magic? I mean, the whole situation with the coach, and it sounds like this team's about ready to blow up and revolt.
It does not seem like things in Orlando are going all that well. I think Jamal Mosley is pretty clearly on one of the hottest seats in the NBA, and it's understandable. And it's unfortunate because for a while, I think he was thought of as one of the best young coaches in the league who helped cultivate this like really strong identity surrounding defense and physicality and toughness for the Magic. Their offense was never remotely good, and that to me always seemed like a personnel issue. They get Bohm, who I thought was a perfect fit. A lot of people slammed them for trading 4 first-round picks for him. I did not. I thought that trade was fine, and I thought, it's about time they got someone who actually fit what they need. Bohm was supposed to give them a better offensive floor without taking away from that, aforementioned identity, and he's also a tough-minded, physical, winning player. It just hasn't worked. They've been slightly below average offensively, which by Orlando Magic standards, you'd think that's the 73-win Golden State Warriors. But at the same time, they've regressed to barely above average defensively. And this was a team that had been elite on that end of the floor for years. So I'm not surprised that given how disappointing this year has been and how many sort of resources have been invested into this team now that there are rumors swirling about a coaching change.
All right, that all happens tonight at the Xfinity Mobile Arena at Sixers Adam. Make sure you follow him throughout the game as the Sixers take on the Magic. A win, they would play Sunday at 1 o'clock against the Celtics, and you can listen to that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Adam, always appreciate the conversation.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
All right, at Sixers Adam again, everybody. Make sure you follow Adam Aaronson, who covers the 76ers for PhillyVoice.com. And, of course, he is here on the Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. And coming up, we got the Sixers poll question, the Phillies poll question from last night. We'll update the poll question. Evan Cohen's going to join me for a little live unsportsmanlike moment of the day at 3:30. Coming up in 12 minutes, Earnshaw's here for the Nuggets. Don't go away. Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 253 Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got Sixers tonight taking on the Magic. Also, we will have every Sixer playoff game, every Flyer playoff game on 97.3 ESPN or Rock 104.1 if there is some sort of conflict. I don't think there's going to be a lot of conflicts because keep in mind, the Sixers and the Flyers are both going to be at home at the same time because they're both going to be the lower seeds. So you imagine they're going to be playing at home different nights. So I don't know there's going to be a lot of conflicts. But we shall see. This hour of the show brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman.
And listen, if you're trying to win in the playoffs, you need a game plan. Well, you don't have a game plan. If you get injured, you are going to lose. The insurance companies, they delay, they deny, they pay as little as possible. That's why you need the law offices of Craig A. Altman. Your approach needs to be the same as the Sixers and the Flyers and every sports team. Strategy, preparation, execution, no shortcuts. That's why you need to call 856-327-8899 or visit them online at craigaltmanlaw.com with offices in Vineland backed by a Philly law firm that knows how to win.
All right, let me get the poll question up to date real fast. Who should have hit last night in that spot? Bohm, Marsh, or Kemp? 61% Marsh, 22% Kemp, and 17% Bohm. Man, people hate Bohm. I'll tell you. I get it. He stinks right now. But to hit Kemp ahead of Bohm? Wow. All right, coming up, Nuggets, Evan Cohen, football at 4, Phillies Fastball, all that and more. Stick around. More Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Right now, I need caller 6 and 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7, you are the latest entries into this year's Eagles draft party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. One lucky winner wins a pair of Eagles Club Box tickets for game this year at Lincoln Financial Field. We'll also have an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resorts with a $150 gift card. We will have concert tickets, comedy show tickets, and other great prizes. You must be present to win on Thursday, April 23rd at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City for our Eagles draft party. You must be present to win. Caller 6 and caller 7. Good luck. All right, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phillies lineup has just been dropped. It's an interesting one, and it's going to spark. Why would the Phillies do this to themselves? Seriously, why would they do this to themselves? Phillies lineup is out today, and it's got a couple changes, a couple little updates in it. Let's see here. You've got Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Garcia. Sosa's playing second and batting fifth today. Real Muto is now up to the sixth spot. Bohm is hitting seventh. Marsh is playing center field and batting eighth. And batting ninth is Otto Kemp. So no Crawford in the lineup against a lefty. But now you got Marsh playing against a lefty. Now last night you're saying Marsh can't play against a lefty because he doesn't hit lefties. Now today you got him in the lineup starting against a lefty. Bad luck. Bad job. Bad job all around there. You left yourself open for this one. Earnshaw's back. The Nuggets are here. Early Nugs today. That was the big debate throughout the show. You had, obviously, Marsh. They hit for him last night in that spot. And now today they got Marsh playing against a lefty. Makes no sense.
Yeah, I am this one. I was going to say this for Nugget number 2, but we're going to switch it to Nugget number 1 because, I mean, this is the problem that I have with the current state of baseball. We are so just look at the binder, the numbers, and the feel is just gone. And this is where Rob gets criticized all the time, right? He is so righty-lefty numbers. Look at this. Sometimes maybe just have a little bit of a feel, right? Especially in that moment in the game, etc. I would have let Marsh swing away, all right? Like, we got to stop with this righty, lefty all of the time. Like, sometimes, all right, the guy's a little hot. Let's give him a shot up there. But guess what? Even if he didn't pinch hit for him, people will be complaining today that he didn't go to Bohm or something because he's a righty. You know what I mean?
Because,
like,
because
he can't win.
No, because Marsh likely would have struck out, and then you would have said, why would you have left him in there to hit against a left-handed pitcher?
Sure. And I would have left him in. Sometimes you got to go with the feel. Hot hand. You want him to see some lefties and get some at-bats against left-handed pitching. I'm fine with that. And, you know, I was going to address this for Nugget 2 and looking at the poll right now, Marsh at 62%.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and
I think that's
I get it.
I think that's a popularity poll. Marsh is hated. Bohm people hate. People like Marsh. Therefore, they don't want to see Marsh hit. They rather see they don't want to see Bohm hit. They rather Marsh because they like Marsh more than they like Bohm.
And I understand the analytics say this, the binder says this, the numbers say this, but sometimes maybe you have a little bit of a feel. The guy swinging a hot bat, the other guy who you pinch hit for is not swinging a hot bat. So I can understand, you know, why people are upset.
Well, oddly enough, Bohm did get a base hit in his last at-bat the game before, and then people were like, well, maybe he's starting to come around a little bit, and they didn't play him yesterday. I don't have any problem with the move because I know Marsh can't hit lefties. I've seen it for 5 years now. It's not hot, not hot. You can get 10 straight hits against a right-hander, and then you face a lefty, you're not getting 10 straight hits. It's like we always have this, oh, he's hot. He's swinging a hot bat. He's swinging a hot bat against right-handed pitching. He has proven over 5 years he can't hit lefties. He strikes out 50+% of the time against lefties. So guess what? I'm going to play the percentages there and take my shot with the bases loaded that my guy doesn't go up there and strike out. Now, my guy went up there and struck out. I don't like my options, but I'm certainly not using that option.
But is this a larger issue, right? Like, is this, all right, we're still dealing with Marsh here. Hey, we know he can only hit one side of the plate because of the platoon thing. I mean, is this a larger problem that is now manifesting?
It's the microcosm of that you have to hit for your number 5 hole hitter because he can't hit lefties. In what team in this league do you hit for a guy hitting number 3, 4, or 5 because they can't hit against left-handed pitching? Now, by the way, Harper went up there and he struck out against the lefty. You think Marsh was going to go up there and perform any better? I mean, Harper struck out against – that guy was tough last night.
Well, I think this is the problem, right? Because Bohm's been so bad that people – and Marsh has just been so hot as of late that people are upset Oh, Bohm, you're really going to put him up there? You think he's going to do any better, even though it's a lefty on lefty?
I understand wholeheartedly why they don't like the decision. They like Marsh. They don't like Bohm. That I totally understand. But what I don't like about Marsh is last year against lefties, he hit 197. He struck out 32 times in 76 at-bats. Those numbers are horrendous. I already know the answer to the quiz when Marsh performs. Now, I might say I don't like the way Bohm's hitting right now, but I'm going to go with his resume. And his resume against lefties is a heck of a lot better than Marsh's is against lefties.
Yeah, I see why people are upset, and especially with the way things are going. I see why
they're upset. I also know that people are irrational with these decisions. They don't like Bohm, and Marsh is definitely a more popular player than Bohm is. Bohm is probably one of the 5 least popular players on the roster.
Yeah. Bohm also fired his agent the other day. That's a little nugget there, too. He fired Scott Boras.
Right. He's suing his parents. He fired his agent.
This guy,
on. By the way,
can't catch a break.
Alec Bohm last year against left-handed pitching hit 295, 351 on base percentage, 818 OPS. Those numbers against lefties are pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm saying the analytics tell you bat Bohm there. I think people just are tired of the whole platoon thing. They're tired of the righty lefty that Rob Thompson always goes to the book, always goes and defers to the numbers, and doesn't go for the feel. And people love the feel of the game. I see where they're coming from. I tend to agree at times, and I think they want to see Marsh hit against lefties a little bit more. Just give him a shot because he's swinging a hot bat right now. That's why people are so up in arms about the decision last night. I mean, that's it. But the numbers tell you otherwise. And I think it's also because Bohm's been so bad as of late too. He's not as popular, like we just said. That's the whole reason.
Yeah, every time we say we want to give Marsh more of a chance against lefties, he strikes out, and we're like, that's why we don't use him.
Don't do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
So there you go. All right, moving along. My original nugget number 1, now getting moved to nugget number 2, has to do with the 76ers. They play a pretty big game tonight. Season ultimately almost on the line here. If they lose, they're not out of it totally yet, but a big deal against a team in which I think they should be able to beat and win tonight against the Orlando Magic. I mean, there is reports we talked about on the Nuggets yesterday. They even don't like their head coach, whole thing there. They're up and down. Some nights they look great. Some nights they look bad. The Sixers play-in P gets to finally see some extracurricular regular season activity with the 76ers overall. And, we've talked a lot about the word if with the 76ers. And I don't think we are the only ones. And it's right, because it even has stemmed into the player podcast, Mike. I check out the player pods and look at the clips for you because you don't like the player podcast. Well, LeBron James and Steve Nash went on their podcast, Mind the Game, and talked about the if factor with the 76ers regarding its entire roster. Take a listen to what LeBron James had to say.
What do you make of this Philadelphia team if they are healthy?
I mean, they got 3 of the most talented players in the NBA. What Paul George can do on a basketball floor, 3-level scorer.
Defend.
Obviously, Joel Embiid, MVP caliber type of player. Anytime he's healthy, he's on the floor. And Tyrese Maxey could very well easily be a first-team All-NBA guy on any given year the way he's been playing.
And VJ.
Yeah, I mean, and a young talent who will be, maybe first-team All-Rookie.
Yep.
First-team All-Rookie. So, and you got vets, Kelly Oubre vet. Some of those guys are playing good ball. So I give them kind of like the Harvey Dent, two-phase vibe.
Yeah.
It's like, which one are we going to get? When they're rolling, when Embiid is playing, he's in the mid-range, he's on the low block, he's motivated. Maxey is burning down the highway, playing on the Autobahn, shooting his step-back threes, getting to the lane. PG, silky smooth. They have the ability to put up 140 on you any given night, 145. And you get them to buy in defensively, they can make, headlines as well.
So there you have it. LeBron James on the Sixers. I mean, that is essentially what everyone in this area has been saying forever. from one of the better players in the league right there. He says the same exact thing. Everyone sees it.
Well, a couple problems with all that. He's talking about Joel Embiid, who there's no anticipation that he's going to play at all.
I know.
So he's out of the equation for the most part. The only way I see Joel playing is if they got out of the first round. I doubt I don't think the Sixers are even around long enough in the first round for him to return. Now, I know the first round sometimes – actually, they have the schedule out for the first round. I don't know if you saw this already, but the schedule for the first round, if in fact, let's see, if they won tonight, right? If they won tonight and played Boston, you would be playing Sunday, Tuesday, Friday, Sunday. So now you're at the 26th. Then that's the fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the first 4 games. So you're at the 26th for game 4. So that would be next Sunday, not this Sunday coming up, the following Sunday. And then if game 5 would be on the 28th, game 6 would be on the 30th, and game 7 would be on May 2nd.
Well, here's the thing, right? The 2-week mark would be around game 3, right? Since his appendectomy. And according to Nick Nurse, I mean, he hasn't been around the Sixers at all as of now. But the 2-week mark would be around game 3 of a first-round series. I mean, we're hoping. We're praying.
That would be next Friday night would be game 3. Think about that, by the way. Next Friday night will only be game 3 of that series.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I didn't
against
know
Boston if they win tonight. It would be against Boston.
Yeah, that's if they play Boston. If you play Detroit, the schedule is a little different. It's Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday. So you have a couple extra days in that series. Instead of Sunday, Tuesday, Friday, it's Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday. So the Detroit series actually works out better for you in terms of the games are a little further away. Game 3 would be Saturday instead of Friday.
Yeah, and listen, I hear where he's coming from. That's what we've talked about. If they're rolling, if they're healthy, the problem is it doesn't happen all the time. And then the whole appendectomy thing with Joel. I mean, can they win tonight? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, they can win tonight. Boston, we talked to Sixers Adam last hour. Can they win tonight? Yeah, in fact, I think they're favorite tonight to win.
Yeah.
This Orlando team, you guys have heard the story probably by now.
Yep.
The players want to revolt. They want the coach out. They might not even want to move on with this guy. So I would imagine that the Sixers win the game tonight and play Boston on Saturday at 1 o'clock, Sunday at 1 o'clock right here on 97.3 ESPN.
Does it feel like there's any juice?
No juice.
Because I feel zero juice. Like the Flyers have all the juice.
Now,
no
that's
juice.
a text message asking if you'll be in the bleeds tonight.
I will actually be working the game at the affiliate tonight.
Yeah. So
unfortunately,
if you
fortunately,
not working the game tonight,
yeah, I'd be up
you
there.
Go bleeds. I heard the get-in price is like $26 for a
I would have been up there in a heartbeat. If I was not working the game tonight, I would have 1,000% been there.
I got level of juice negative, none.
Yeah, I got my quarter zip, my 6 quarter zip on today.
It's nice.
No juice. No juice. I just don't nothing. No.
Now that game last night. Did you watch any Hornets Heat last night?
I was locked into Phils and Flyers last night for the most part.
Well, this was all after when the Phils game ended.
Ooh,
I went over to Heat Hornets.
Let's just say we took a couple of popped a couple melatonins and was out last night.
Wow. The last 2 minutes of that Hornets Heat game was bonkers.
Yeah.
It was off the charts.
I caught the replay in the AM as I was getting ready, had a Sports Center on, and caught the replay. It was ridiculous. Unreal, to say the least.
Yeah, I would say the level of excitement for the Sixers Magic tonight is very minimal for people. Now, I'm going to watch from start to finish most likely. Now, Sixers, Phillies get the 6:40 start, right?
Yep.
So you get about an hour before tip-off.
Yeah. Yep.
Phillies. And then you go over to the Sixers, and
they won't
should be a fun
start.
game.
And they'll put 7:30, and they won't start till 7:40, 7:45. That's usually how it
you
goes.
got an hour of the Phillies before the Sixers tip off. So you can probably watch most of the Phillies. The problem is Sixers are on Amazon Prime, so you can't do the back and forth. You gotta lock into one or the other.
Yeah, they got rid of the local broadcasts for the first round this year, so it's all on the primes, the big networks, whole thing. So yeah, if you're listening on 97.3 ESPN, you might hear McGinnis drop my name somewhere. You might hear.
So what about the potential big Sunday possibility? Did you see that tweet I put out?
Yes, I saw you tweet it out. That is a triple threat extravaganza.
So there is a possibility. Now, this isn't locked in, and it's probably a slim chance. But if the Sixers win tonight, they will play Sunday at 1 o'clock against the Celtics. The Flyers-Penguins schedule has not been released yet, but there is, it looks like, a TV window for Sunday at 4 o'clock. If the Flyers play the Penguins at 4 o'clock, it would go Sixers at 1, Flyers at 4, and then the Phillies are the Sunday night baseball game this week.
Will not move from my couch if that is the case. Will not move. DoorDash or whatever, the Uber, whatever. Any of the Dashes, Ubers, I'm ordering food to me.
Maybe
and I'm
the
not
DoorDash grandma will come to your house.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I'll tip them well. I'll tip them well. All right. Moving along. Final nugget before I get out of here. Now, I was going to do this yesterday. It was going to be a negative nugget, but there's been some updates regarding this. Have you seen the whole controversy with FIFA and tailgating, Mike? Have you seen this?
I did see an article that the city of Philadelphia put out a statement or something.
Yeah, so statement from Philadelphia Soccer 2026 regarding World Cup tailgating. All right. Philadelphia, this is a quote, Philadelphia is a city defined by its fans and its traditions, and that will not change when the world arrives for FIFA World Cup 2026. While our fan experience plans are still being finalized with our partners, we are committed to delivering a World Cup that is authentically Philadelphia, and that means celebrating the passion, the energy, and the game day culture that makes this city unlike any other. End quote. Now, there's some context to this. It was going around yesterday on social media because in Boston, they were announcing that you cannot tailgate prior to the matches. And then it made its way to Philadelphia Twitter. Wasn't necessarily reported or put out on the Philadelphia pages because I did some deep dive and research on this, but it was a quote taken from the Boston matches and FIFA site that there would be no tailgating. So it was assumed, and the assumption was, I was reading something in Bleacher Report as well, that the other sites will not allow tailgating. Well, that became a big stir. The city puts out the statement today, and it seems like, no one's going to care anyway. They're going to tailgate no matter what.
I would imagine that that's normally the way it would go down.
That would be asinine to not let people tailgate.
You probably disregard and you just take your chances, right?
Yeah, what are you going to do? Seriously. I mean, come on, man. That's Philadelphia. You're going to tell them not to tailgate? I mean, good luck.
Quite frankly, I think it's Americana. It's not just Philadelphia.
It's just overall, but especially here.
I will say, I went to a Rutgers football game one time.
Yeah.
It was the worst tailgating experience of my life.
Oh, God. Well, did you see they're going to raise the transit prices for the trains to $100? That was a whole big thing that came out. Yeah, for FIFA and MetLife in New York.
I feel like this FIFA thing is almost like you can't call your arena whatever it is. You can't have your what?
You can't do anything.
What is the benefit of having this?
I don't know. You can't do anything fun. It's the no fun league, and it's not NFL.
Yeah. Well, I know the tickets. What are the tickets for the FIFA? There's no bleeds in that, right?
I think there might be bleeds. They're probably expensive. They think they're going for a couple hundred, a couple thousand a pop.
My buddy said he's been trying to get them. They're still like 600.
Oof. Yeah, out of my price range. Soccer, yeah, not the biggest soccer fan. I'm into it. It was actually the first sport I ever covered was soccer, but it's not my. There's probably 5 on the list. Out of the 5 majors, if you want to include.
Gotcha. Well,
all right.
That's what we got today? I thought
That's
I
what I
had
got
something.
today.
I thought I
Okay.
had something for you. I can't remember what it
No nug,
was.
no nug for Mike today, huh? Nothing. Zero. You got nothing for me.
We heard from
Starting
Hockey.
it.
We heard from Hockey Nate.
Oh, we heard from hockey. We have an update on that.
Yep, and Josh was adamant. He said, "I'm not speaking on this again."
Wow.
Oh, he just huffed and puffed, and it looks like he will provide. Now, I texted Hockey Nate this morning. I got no response.
All right.
What we got?
I'm going to keep it very brief because we don't want to spend too much time on this. But the group chat finally saw Nate enter around 11 p.m. last night.
Wow. 11. Past my bedtime.
To which he asserted that he said, to be completely honest, now I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he said, to be completely honest, he says, I am not chasing people around for money. We're all supposed to be grown adults. He went on to reiterate that the rules of the league were established back in September.
Holy moly.
And that anybody who is not willing to pay, basically then name calling happened.
Bleep you. Bleep
Wow.
you.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. So Nate laid down the hammer 11 o'clock at night. People probably woke up to that text as well. How about that?
That's a
Well-
late night text right there.
Yeah. First of all,
is.
it's a very late night text, which is number one.
I get a few of
Number
those every
two,
once in a while.
Remember, this text thread I revived 2 weeks ago. So it's taken 2 weeks to jump into the thread.
He gave
Here
a
we
little
go.
CPR to that text thread. Bang.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad I'm not in that text thread. I'm kind of glad.
Now, I would say, so the guy who won the league, I guess he was texting and saying, hey, everybody, you owe me.
So last night, the guy who won the league, which he rightfully won, by the way. I'm not casting any aspersions.
Yep.
Rightful winner. I gave him a congratulations separately in a separate text. He said, hey, I won the league. You guys need to pay up.
Right.
To which I replied in the thread, I have no problem paying you. Text me separately. I'll shoot you the Venmo. The problem is, it's the commissioner's job to be collecting the money. It's not.
Yeah, you got a league full of people who never paid.
Well, not just that. Nick, I don't even know this guy. The whole point of the commissioner is to handle all the people in the league.
Bad job by Hockey Nate.
Hockey Nate, not a good commissioner. Not joining any of Nate's leagues, I'll tell you that.
He passed it over and said, I'm not chasing people down. No, precisely. You're in charge. That's your job, is to make sure that everybody pays so that the winners get their money.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not joining Hockey Nate's league ever.
Nope. I'm out.
That's the sound of it. I'm sorry. I love Nate, but yeah, not joining. No way.
Out. Now, Nate used to work here. Very nice guy.
Outstanding
I
individual.
would say I wouldn't trust him to run the league. Not in a bad way. I just feel like he may be a little unorganized.
Little loosey-goosey. The rules there. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, just a little bit like that's over. Like that's like
I'm glad there was an
organizational,
update, though.
organizational skills. I would say I would be a little concerned with.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm joining any of Hockey Nate's leagues, football, basketball, hockey, baseball, out. All right. Glad we have an update. I guess a resolution, not really, but sure, we'll take it.
Well, the resolution that, the guy who won's being a winner. Nate finally made an appearance, which has been requested for about 2 weeks now.
Yeah.
Live on the air.
We've been trying to find Hockey Nate.
Couldn't find
All
him.
right.
All right, guys.
324. There's the Nuggets today.
See you
Thanks.
guys.
All right, Earnshaw with the Nuggets. He'll be back again tomorrow. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day, we played from Evan Cohen yesterday. Evan will respond to my response coming up next. A live Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day with Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike. First, I want to tell you about my friend Rocco at Key Acura of Atlantic City. Hey, it's a great deal. If you haven't gone and checked it out by now, you have until April 30th. You can lease a new sporty 2026 Integra Acura for $199 a month for 36 months. Get to Key Acura on Tilton Road, Egg Harbor Township. Visit KeyAcuraofAtlanticCity.com. Go see what the excitement is about. Key Acura, the small but friendly dealer. See dealer for details. Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike joins me next. All right, 3:32. I'm Mike Gill, Sports Bash. Sixers tonight. It will be Sixers Magic. Can they top that Heat-Hornet game from last night? Just give me that. Our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, and air conditioning. Call 609-390-3907. For those of you watching on the video, know that the air conditioning is working. Someone just asked me in the building, why am I dressed so warm? I said, because I'm freezing in here. My air conditioner is working. Here is today's Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day from Unsportsmanlike Evan Cohen.
I think that there is a trade to be had for Joel Embiid because if a team does not get Giannis, if a team does not get Kawhi if he's available, if a team does not get LeBron if he's choosing to leave, Joel Embiid is one of these guys where you may just convince yourself to make a move on, and I feel like the Philly fans would be like, thank you for everything. This whole process needs to end, and this is the way to end it. It's a bad contract.
It is a bad contract, and I think you're right. The Philly fans would say thank you. However, Evan Cohen, I see no scenario where an NBA team is taking on that Joel Embiid contract.
Yeah, and Mike, they may have to get paid off to do it, right? Philly may have to add something to that. That conversation came up today because of the fact that as a Miami Heat fan, both Michelle Smallman and Courtney Cronin, who was in for Canty today, were just destroying me because my team lost last night. And I am not of the belief as we sit here today on April 15th that my team is going to be able to get Giannis. That doesn't mean they couldn't get Kawhi Leonard if he's available. There are guys to be potentially had. All I'm saying is, I guess I should have done it more, and I kind of did it, Mike, in question form, asking the question, is there a team in the NBA that would say, we could get such a discounted rate for an MVP, do we ever take the risk in doing it?
As a Heat fan, would you want to make that trade for Joel Embiid and go through what we've had to go through here for 12 years?
So I did it on the trade machine today, as I'm sure you assumed I did, which I did, of course. And basically, Andrew Wiggins, if he opts into his contract, and Tyler Hero for Joel Embiid and Andre Drummond. That trade works. Now, if I'm the Heat, do I need more by way of picks from the Sixers? Maybe. And the Sixers could look at it and say, we've got to change directions here. And I don't know that neither Wiggins nor Hero – well, Hero definitely doesn't make sense in Philadelphia. Wiggins probably does. But that could be a multi-team trade. I'm not excited about that. I am just so frustrated right now. I don't know what other options I have. So am I willing to take on a bad contract? Maybe only because I know my team doesn't bottom out. I just think this will be the summer where someone may say, if that's all it takes to get, I'm again making this up, Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan for Joel Embiid with the Sacramento Kings who are going nowhere fast, do that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, listen, that's not just a bad contract, Joel. It might be the worst contract. And it's not that he can't play. It's that he never can play.
It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with his ability as a basketball player. It has nothing to do with the person. It has everything to do with the health. And in many ways, Mike, and you know this better than I do, obviously, the borderline sports tragic health of Embiid because of the nature of the insanity behind some of these injuries and illnesses that he has no control over. I'm looking at it now. So next year, he's 57.9. The year after, 62.2. And then a player option in 28-29 for 67.2. It's enormous, obviously.
It's crazy. And listen, as you just said, I mean, he has the knee problem. And then he finally, starts to come back from the knee, and he gets kicked in the Heat game in the oblique, and that causes him to miss 13 games. He then finally comes back from that, and he declares, my knee is no longer a problem, to which he gets sick in the game somehow in Miami. And then he said, I'm sick. I wish I would have played better, but I was sick. He wasn't on the injury report with anything. Well, then he sits out the next game with an illness, to which he comes over the top rope and says, I guess they're not going to let me play. And everybody thought it was an April Fool's joke. No, he wanted to play in the game. Well, then he plays, then he doesn't play. and then he gets appendicitis. Like, you can't make it up. So
Well-
if you would like him in Miami, I'm sure most Philly fans would deliver him, and it's not in a hateful way.
No,
I think
I
it's just
understand. I
it's
get
a
it. I get it.
fatigue. It's a fatigue.
Yeah. I'm not saying I would like him in Miami. And maybe I shouldn't have said that looking back on it. But I guess my overall theme is as we head into this game tonight, and we may be heading into the end of the Sixers season, right? Because if they win, they're obviously in, but they're going to face the Boston Celtics in the first round, likely without Embiid, obviously. If they lose, they then have to take on the Hornets, who obviously are exciting and fiery. I mean, LaMelo may get suspended, I guess, for that game. But we're looking at likely the end of this Sixers season relatively soon, right? I think we're in agreement on that. Relatively soon.
Yeah, and listen, Evan, very little buzz about this game. I mean, it's $26 for a ticket.
Wow. So the Sixers have a playoff game tonight. Most people right now would rather hear us talk A.J. Brown trades.
I would imagine, or the Flyers. The Flyers have now jumped because the Flyers have become what the Sixers were in 2018 when they had Joel and Ben, and they had been bad for 5 years, and then they won 52 games, and they made the playoffs. They played the Heat. They beat the Heat in that first series. Now the Flyers, they haven't been to the playoffs for 5 years. They've got this Martone kid, which what an unbelievable story, Evan. In what other sport can you get a guy that was playing in the college tournament one day and then put him into a playoff chase the next day, and he scores the game-winning goal to help you go to the playoff? It's like unbelievable.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. I'm not Mr. Hockey here. I did not even know that.
Well, thanks to Wisconsin, they upset Michigan State in the hockey tournament, knocked Michigan State out, which is where Porter Martone went to college. And because he got knocked out,
wow,
he joined the Flyers and has become a key contributor for them during this run.
We've seen that with College World Series of baseball, right? Relatively quickly after. No?
We were talking about it's only happened 24 times that a player has gone from the baseball draft right to the majors, and we can only find like one guy who got dropped into a pennant race.
And who was that?
Mike Leake, maybe, or he pitched for the Reds back in early 2000s,
wow.
2009. Yeah. Just doesn't happen all that much.
Yeah.
But can you imagine, like in the NBA, you just watch the NCAA tournament and A.J. DeBanza gets knocked out, so the team that drafted him is like, hey, you want to come join us? And he's there for the stretch run of the NBA season?
It's kind of cool, actually, conceptually. It's almost
with all the tanking and stuff that they're trying to find ways to do it, maybe you just draft college players, they play at their college, let them play, and then you grab them.
Wait, are you onto something? Did you just figure this out?
Yeah, I think so.
Huh. There's something I need to now think about this.
Well,
Almost like you can activate your pick in the moment.
Because hockey and baseball do their drafts in the middle of their seasons.
Right, but I don't know if I would like that. There's something that you may have just come up with. I don't know what it is. But I guess, listen, here's my take overall. Okay? Overall, Joel Embiid's career is sad more than anything else now. But I believe that contract is terrible, but it is worse with Philly than it is anywhere else. Because I believe this relationship has run its course years ago, and I've said this to you, and you and I have thought about this. I believe he is so conditioned to trust the process, he doesn't understand what winning looks like and feels like.
I have said, Evan Cohen's our guest, the Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day. I have said I'm at the point where I just want them to trade Joel just so I see how another team handles him. Because I feel like the way this –
for him or against him in that spot, Mike?
What's that?
Are you rooting for him or against him?
No, I'm rooting for Joel. I'm a Joel guy. I just feel bad for the guy. But people, he's very polarizing. But I want to see Joel play somewhere else just because I want to – well, it could be against him. If it's him, he got held out of the game. It was a Saturday. They played the Pistons. Now, they played the night before against Minnesota. There is 0.0% of me that believes that Joel said, I do not want to play tonight. But the team tells him he can't play. So they hold him out. They don't let him play. They don't want to play him back-to-backs. I want to see how another team would handle him. Does he play back-to-backs? Is he hurt all the time? Is it this the messaging from the team is just bizarre half the time? You never know if he was listed as out one game, then he played. I mean, it's just craziness. So I just want to go see him play in another organization and see how they handle him.
All right, let me then run a couple of quick hitters at you because you know better with Philadelphia. Back or not back next year? Okay, ready? Just gut feeling right now. Joel Embiid, back or not back next year?
I don't see any team that would take his contract back.
Okay, Nick Nurse, back or not back next year?
Gone. I think he's out.
Daryl Morey.
Nurse. I think Nick Nurse wants to be out.
Daryl Morey, out or back or not back next year?
Does Bob Myers want to take the job?
Does Bob Myers need to take the job for Daryl Morey to be out next year?
I would think other than that, because Bob Myers works for Josh Harris, who owns the team.
That's why I'm saying, does he need to take the job? Meaning, why does he need to be the GM versus oversee the way in which he wants it done?
If he's willing to be the president of basketball operations and run the team, technically Elton Brand is the GM, but no one's ever seen him in 5 years. That would be the only way that I see Morey would be out, is if Myers was willing to be more hands-on day-to-day.
I think that's the biggest mistake then. I think Daryl Morey is not a good general manager in the NBA relative to winning a championship. Great in terms of headlines, great in terms of moves, great in terms of thinking he's better than everyone else, not great in terms of winning basketball games towards a championship.
Highly polarizing here, probably more disliked than liked.
I don't know how he could be. What has he done for this franchise?
Not a lot. I mean, for this particular, he did get Maxey. He got Edgecombe. He's made some under the radar. He gets judged a lot on the Embiid, George contracts.
Right. They're supposed to win a championship. They're not
100%.
Close.
Yeah.
They're not close. They're not close.
No, in fact, you have Maxey and you have Edgecombe, and the problem is you have two max contracts that never play that are paired with them. And there you are in the 8th seed spot, right back to where you started in 2012.
I would move on from him. And I would say, and here's what I would do. Assuming they get eliminated before the playoffs, right? What I would do is, Bob Myers, let's say it's 100% pie of the basketball operations, right? What percentage of that do you want to run?
Yeah.
And if he says, I'll do 20% of it, done. Who do you want to operate the other 80% that you will handpick by way of an interview process?
I got it. I mean,
that's what I would do.
And I don't think it's 0% chance on if they lose tonight and then again on Friday, the conversation will certainly heat up there. But the team right now is off the radar. That being said, what did you make yesterday? Did you hear the way that Howie Roseman answered the question regarding Jalen Hurts?
Oh, the Jalen Hurts part. I thought you were going to say the A.J. Brown. Because the A.J. Brown one, to me, that was fascinating because he's like, oh, do you think I'm going to answer it any differently than I already have? Technically, that is a different answer. You actually did answer it differently by saying you wouldn't answer it differently. What did he say about Jalen? I don't think I heard that part.
All right, here you go.
We have some faults. One of them is not being direct and honest with our players and the conversations with our players. So for us, if we have any issue with any of our players, we talk to them directly. So, from my perspective, from Nick's perspective, from Jeffrey's perspective, we're not hiding behind anything. We will talk to our players directly. I think that it's unfair. It's unfair to have these articles written, but I understand it's also what sells at this point. So, I think it's unfortunate.
It's unfair to have these articles written. That's what sells at this point. He never went out of his way to say, Jalen's our guy. Nothing to defend Jalen Hurts. He just said it's unfair and unfortunate that the article was even written.
Yeah, I love Jalen Hurts, as you know. I think that Jalen Hurts is a franchise quarterback. I think Jalen Hurts has proven to be a franchise quarterback. I also think that there are two organizations in the National Football League that operate differently with success than any other organization. And those two organizations would be the Philadelphia Eagles and the Seattle Seahawks, the last two champions. How do they operate differently than anyone else? If you look at since 2004, 2005, since that range, last 20 some odd years, both organizations have been to or won a Super Bowl with three different head coaches and three different quarterbacks. Andy Reid and Donovan McNabb.
Right.
Peterson, obviously, and Carson Wentz / Nick Foles, and then Sirianni and Hurts. Mike McDonald and Sam Darnold, Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson, Mike Holmgren, Matt Hasselbeck. No other organization besides those two could say they are basically able to churn coaches and quarterbacks with the same level of high-level success.
Yeah.
I personally believe they'd be nuts to get rid of Jalen Hurts at any point, but every time they've gotten rid of a coach or a quarterback, they're able to find another one with high-level success. Only those two. Only those two.
Well, it's going to be an interesting few months here. If A.J. Brown is still here, you got to wait till June 1st for this all to happen.
Right.
It's not going away, so we'll see what ends up happening there. Obviously, Jalen will be here. By the way, we got a text message from the 305 that says
Miami.
Evan is spot on about Morey. Is that you texting in?
No, I don't have a 305 number.
Just thought the 305. I know 305 is a Miami area code.
You know what happened here? This is great. You know what happened? I just saw our guy, Rob Lorenzo, who does all of our social and digital for Unsportsmanlike, quote tweeted your tweet promoting me on with you on 97.3 and AC on the Mike Gill Show. And so we probably are getting people from around the country, Unsportsmanlike fans, that are now tuning in. And let me tell those people, if you've never watched or listened to Mike Gill before, he's awesome. You should listen to him. He's fun. He's memorable. On 97.3, Sports Bash is a great station and a great show. South Jersey, Atlantic City, Philly area.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'll let you go now on that note. You are going out showmanship. You go out on a high note.
Thank you. See you later.
Evan Cohen, Unsportsmanlike, our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. You can check him out tomorrow morning, 6 to 10 a.m. right here on 97.3 ESPN. We appreciate him, as always. Good conversation. And Unsportsmanlike is brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, cooling, and air conditioning. Check him out tomorrow morning, 6 to 10. Evan, Michelle, and Canty, Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, I've been telling you about the Branches outreach for a couple of weeks now. And, you know, the weather's been beautiful outside. And we talk about having the opportunity to help people when it's really cold. Well, think about when it's really hot out as well. And it starts to get hot, and people could use your help. The Branches outreach is in Rio Grande, and they've been serving meals to over 10,000 guests in the outreach center. Hot, cold, they still need a place to eat, a place to sleep, and that's why they could use your help. The Branches outreach is privately funded through donations from people like you listening to the Sports Bash, and your support is needed year-round. They also accept donations 9 a.m. to 1:30 at the Branches outreach in Rio Grande. So, support my friends at the Branches outreach. Your donations, small, large, right now are needed and appreciated. You can follow them on Facebook at the Branches Outreach or visit them online at branchesoutreach.org. That's branchesoutreach.org. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get Jeff Mosher's take on some of the stuff Howie Roseman said yesterday. Also, in the 4 o'clock hour, Mike McGarry will join us. He's getting ready to cover the Phillies tonight. And our Phillies Fastball segment tonight at 5 o'clock. We'll talk to the guys about last night's game. We'll get their thoughts on Zach Wheeler, who pitched last night at Reading as well, and when he could be back with the Phillies. That's all still to come. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. That is our famous contest sounder. You know what it means. Be caller 6, caller 7 right now. Get on the lines, 609-573-3776, caller 6 and 7. You have a chance to win a pair of club box tickets for an Eagles game at home this year. You must be present to win at our Eagles Draft Day party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. One lucky winner will win Club Box Eagles tickets. We'll also be giving away an overnight stay at Ocean. We've got other great prizes, including concert tickets, comedy shows. Ocean has the best shows, the best entertainment. You know it. I know it. They got us there, and they're bringing you with me. At the Balcony Bar, at the Gallery, Bar, Book, and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Football 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort. Huge screens, great drinks, all the sportsbook action you want. It's a perfect place to catch every play and celebrate every win. Big screens, big bets, game day hits different at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. To learn more, visit theoceanac.com. Don't forget, check out all the live entertainment that is coming. There's a lot of great shows coming up at Ocean Casino. And, of course, we told you we'll have some tickets to some of these shows at our draft party on Thursday, April 23rd. That is coming up here quickly. And let me congratulate the most recent qualifiers. That will be at the draft party, hopefully anyway. We hope to see Victor in Ventnor, Terry in Vineland. Earlier today, we had Ken in Cape May Courthouse and Nick in Galloway. We did have a bunch of people this morning, by the way, who heard that sounder go off during Unsportsmanlike, and those people have been notified as well. So we had more qualifiers this morning. Listen weekday mornings to Unsportsmanlike for bonus chances to enter. We'll talk to Geoff Mosher for Football at 4 in just a couple of moments here on the Sports Bash. What do you got?
I just want to say shout out to the people who listen to instructions. We love those people. You guys are the best listeners. The people who don't listen to the instructions for these contests, they're not that hard, buddy.
Yeah, it's pretty spelled out in the morning. You hear the sounder when it goes off in the morning. Text in the word draft with your name and where you're from.
And listen, we understand, for example, maybe you don't text immediately. Maybe you need to go find somewhere to park your car. Maybe you're on your way to work. You don't text it at that very second. Not the end of the world. We got you. We'll take care of you. We'll get you in. But, don't be the guy who texts in 90 minutes later. Or don't be the person who only texts draft, and then we reach out to you and say, hey, we'll put you on the qualifier list, but we need your name. They don't get back to us.
Well, you got to follow the directions. That's all.
Listen, we got people who follow the instructions, and I just want to say thank you.
Somebody texted in an hour and a half after the sounder.
Correct.
He is disqualified.
He is not in.
No.
Not going to name that guy on the radio, but he's not in.
But, you get it. You hear the sounder. We know what time those sounders go off. If you're within a plus or minus couple
range.
Minutes of of that sounder, you have another chance tomorrow morning. Listen to Evan Canty and Michelle right here on the Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. We just had Evan Cohen, and he stated his case thinking that someone will take on Joel. I don't think there is someone that would take on that contract. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, you watch these playoffs, it'll change the complexion.
What I thought was interesting is Evan at one point was like, oh, we're switching to the Eagles now? And then you guys didn't go with the Eagles for like 5 minutes.
Well, he is a Heat fan. His team got eliminated. So He's now frustrated with I think Michelle said this morning that the Heat have become the Steelers, right? That the Heat have essentially become the Steelers. They've won championships, so they have that pedigree. Here's what Michelle Smallman said.
We always talk about the standard being the standard, but in recent years, we've had to redefine that. What is the standard? Is the standard having a winning season and getting to the playoffs but not being contenders? Is the standard not having a franchise quarterback for now and for the future? Everything that we have said about Pittsburgh, we can apply to the Heat. You've made the playoffs 6 consecutive years, but you're not there anymore. Even when you made the playoffs some of those years, we didn't really view you as contenders. They don't have that big star, just like the Steelers don't have their big franchise quarterback for the future. So the Steelers have a new era, a new coach. They're trying to do things a little differently. What are the Heat going to do to make sure that this doesn't become their reality for many years to come?
Yeah, and I don't know, do you move on from Spoelstra? Like, is that the thing? Everybody thinks Spoelstra's the great coach. You move on from him, or do you do what Evan has suggested? Do something like get Joel Embiid or go after Antetokounmpo. They don't have that star player down there. They just don't have him. Her assessment's not wrong. They've won championships. Everybody looks at the Steelers. They won their Super Bowls. They're this well-run organization, but they keep getting knocked out in the first round of the playoffs. The Heat aren't even getting to the playoffs. They're getting to the play-in tournament. Now, they have made some runs from the play-in tournament.
They have. And I think what's interesting is that the analogy that she's making is very apropos for some of the conversation we've been having about, the football side of the conversation, which is, hey, the reason why the Steelers and the Heat are both in this situation is because they don't have the players to get them over the top. So, if you don't have that guy, everybody wants to get that guy. But then you fall into the Eagles, right? Well, the Eagles got that guy. People aren't happy with that guy.
Yeah, well, listen, you have Joel. He's been very frustrating. It's like having a franchise quarterback who's always hurt. and just can't play. But when he plays, you have a chance to win the Super Bowl.
Correct.
When Joel plays, you are right there. You heard with LeBron. We played that bite earlier today. When Joel plays, you have a player. You have to have a player who's an MVP level player. Whether he's the best player in the league, the second best player in the league, the third best, somebody who's in the MVP conversation. You need that level of player on your team to be able to win a title. And the Eagles have one in Jalen Hurts. Now, I don't know that he's one of the best players in the league, but they have a guy who's won an MVP of the Super Bowl. He was the best player on the field multiple times in a Super Bowl. So you have a guy that that can perform in a big moment. That's the one problem. The Sixers aren't sure if Joel can do it because he's never healthy when you get there.
Right.
And that is why I think Evan is at the point where he's saying, look, they need to move on and maybe do something different. But what Michelle said, with the Heat, I don't know, the whole Spoelstra thing, does he just get a lifetime pass? Is he that level of coach where
it's hard?
It doesn't matter what happens?
He's got the 2 NBA finals with Jimmy Butler being his best player. And I don't think anyone thinks Jimmy Butler is like one of the 5 best players in the league, kind of type guy. He's a great player, but so you got to give Spoelstra credit for that. But now they don't have that guy. So if you've always said, Mike, in the NBA, the coach is only as good as the talent on the court, right? So if Spoelstra can only get them to within the postseason, doesn't it behoove the front office to get him more?
All right, we'll get into some stuff later on. The Sixers take on the Magic tonight. We'll do some Eagles when Mosher joins us here for football at 4. He's running a little bit late. He'll be jumping in the stream in just a second. For those of you watching on the stream, for those of you listening on the radio, football at 4 in just a moment. But I do want to get into, Howie Roseman used the word unfair regarding the reports on Jalen Hurts. And he said the team doesn't hide behind anything. He also didn't come out yesterday and give a overwhelming support of his quarterback, right? He didn't say it's unfair. Jalen's our guy. That's not what he did. He essentially said he thought it was unfair, but that's what sells. So I don't know, after this happened yesterday, right? The press conference happened. We're on the air. We're kind of playing some bites. Other stuff's happened. We're in the Flyers. So then I read the transcript last night. And I think the transcript paints a little different picture. Now, I have heard the audio of Roseman responding to the article. Let's play that one more time.
We have some faults. One of them is not being direct and honest with our players and the conversations with our players. So for us, if we have any issue with any of our players, we talk to them directly. So, from my perspective, from Nick's perspective, from Jeffrey's perspective, we're not hiding behind anything. We will talk to our players directly. I think that it's unfair. It's unfair to have these articles written, but I understand it's also what sells at this point. So, I think it's unfortunate.
All right, that was Howie Roseman yesterday. We talked about it with Geoff yesterday. He is back for football at 4 today. Now, as I heard this yesterday, Geoff, and we talked about it a little bit, he used the word unfair regarding the reports on Jalen Hurts, and he said the team doesn't hide behind anything. So is the frustration in his answer directed at the accuracy of the reporting, or is he frustrated that the dirty laundry is being aired out publicly? Because none of that was him supporting his quarterback, as I heard it.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know if he was – this was at the tail end of the press conference. So
correct. So I'm glad you brought that up because, as I said, yesterday he talked, the Flyers win, the Phillies got their this kind of gets lost in the sauce a little bit. You're just kind of playing it. And then when I read the transcript, it did read a little differently.
Yeah, and I thought, it just, because you're just searching for things that we don't know here. He had made it through the whole press conference without being asked about it. I don't know if his mind got taken to other areas of pre-draft questions because his answer didn't sound like the typically rehearsed answer you might get from him on a question like that. And it seemed to catch him in between as we talked about yesterday, trying to make sure that he articulated a point of any denial that the team had anything to do with this, right? By saying that they have good conversations with their players, they don't need to go through the media, but then also not really going overboard to say anything other than that was unfortunate and sad. Not really defend. Sometimes he'll go overboard. He'll defend the character. He'll talk about this. And he didn't do that. But I don't also know what to make of that, Mike. I don't sit here and think that that's some kind of incrimination of Jalen Hurts or some kind of, proving of all the things that are said about him to be true, which I'm not saying that the story was wrong. We've reported a lot of it too. I just saying his reaction to me is being a little bit overparsed right now.
Right. So, yeah, that's why I was like, as I heard this and read this, I was like, is he frustrated at the accuracy of the reporting? Is he suggesting that it's not right, but this is what sells papers? Or is he frustrated that somebody in their foxhole is letting something out?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I don't think he's frustrated. I think right now they're just focused on the draft. I think I think Howie's having gone through it himself many times, is pretty aware of what this market is like and what's the accountability that the media holds the team and the players. And, he's been through the ringer many times himself. So I don't know that he looks at one of his players going through it as anything differently than what he went through and less of just that's part of playing in Philadelphia.
All right, Moshe, we talked a little bit about Wicks yesterday. Both Sirianni and Howie, you talked about his ability to separate at the top of routes, his toughness. So how much of this do you think is a reflection of how much voice Sean Mannion, the influence he has now on this offense?
Well, one thing I told you yesterday is that we had heard and reported was that Howie Roseman was a fan of Dontavian Wicks going back to his college days. And so this is it. I don't think I mentioned this yesterday, but I wanted to. If you go look, there's a lot of players that Howie either brings in for a visit, the team brings in for a visit, or shows interest in that they're not able to draft that somehow wind up becoming Eagles later down the line. Arnold Ebiketie is a really good example of that. He was in for a 30 visit. And Adoree Jackson was a player they liked and, looked at in free agency a couple of years ago. He wound up becoming an Eagle. So I think it's more the case that when Howie has an interest in a player and has the opportunity to get him, he'll make that move as long as it, fits with their plans and what they want to do. Does it illustrate any power that Sean Mannion might have? I don't think so. I think Howie's done this long enough to know that it really helps a new offensive coordinator adapt to a scheme by having some players who are familiar with it. That's why Johnny Munt's here, even though he didn't play for the Packers. He played for similar offenses in Minnesota and Jacksonville. And it wouldn't surprise me if they, continue to try to get guys who have played in that scheme before.
Moshe, let's look at the draft a little bit here. I thought this was an interesting one. Reading the transcript last night, Howie said he admits that he thinks about his first-round misses every day and overcompensates when looking at similar prospects. I wonder for you, what do you think it was? Because we've had conversations plenty of times over the years about their failures in the draft, that they have overcome that. Where do you think and what do you think was what happened that have changed this Eagles organization? You talked about in 2020, they had a terrible draft other than Hurts. When and how did it all kind of change for them that we now kind of feel it's almost a fait accompli that he's going to find town in the draft?
That's a good question. I don't know if there's any one date or thing. I think that you have to look at the bad first-round picks, and there aren't a ton, but the ones that really stand out are obviously Jalen Reagor, obviously Andre Dillard, and Marcus Smith, and they were all drafted. I guess the similar or the common bond to that, Mike, was that they were reached for a reason. If you go back to Marcus Smith, the story as it goes, there were about 6 guys that Howie thought he was going to get, and one of them was going to fall, and it didn't. And then New Orleans traded up to get Brandon Cooks, and that really messed up the Eagles' plans. And I think maybe so that's a good example. Howie learned that you just can't expect somebody to fall if you really want somebody. I mean, why did they trade up just one spot to get Jalen Carter a couple of years ago? Because of that, right?
Yeah.
Why did they trade up one spot with Kansas City last year? I think it was one spot, right? To get Jahad Campbell, because you just never know who is lurking around the corner trying to trade with that same team into that spot. So I think what he's learned, and we've seen this a lot, is Howie has become very aggressive in moving up and down the draft, but especially up to get the guys he wants. He moved up with a division rival, the Commanders, to go get Cooper DeJean in the second round a couple of years ago. As far as the process, though, and how they evaluate players, I don't think that was the issue. I just think that with Marcus Smith, they panicked because they lost all their guys. With Rager, I mean, that was clearly Howie listening to the coaching staff that wanted speed, and Howie wanting speed ahead of the best available player, which clearly was Justin Jefferson. He made a lot of mistakes in that draft in particular. Davion Taylor round 3 and Kevon Wallace in round 4.
It's 2 days in a row on the show, Davion Taylor's got to mention. That's got to be a record.
We bring that up. I mean, and because that was such an egregious pick, Mike. That guy, that wasn't like you drafted a guy who should have been a 4th or a 5th rounder in the 3rd round. I mean, Adam and I had people telling us that guy had priority rookie free agent grade on him, like undraftable, hadn't played enough football, didn't know what he was doing, was just to get him in the 3rd round was really a big misstep.
Yeah,
and
he had not played, right? He had not played a lot of, he couldn't play Friday nights or Saturday, whatever it was.
Right, because of religious purposes and everything. Yeah. I mean, it was a real, you look back now and say uncharacteristic, but that draft was not good. The only person that saved it, obviously, was Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Saved it in a big way. But wait, Marcus Smith. Who's the other one? Marcus Smith, Jefferson, and who am I missing on the first round misses?
I mean, I don't know if DK Metcalf didn't get drafted in the first round, but they took JJ Arcega-Whiteside ahead of him, but I think DK was on a medical don't draft list.
Yeah, and then that's where also I think maybe analytics not getting all of the love as they were at one point. I mean, analytics loved J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, didn't work out for him. Analytics loved Davion Taylor's athleticism, didn't work out for him. So, I mean, I think Howie's been more by the tape lately and making sure the athletic testing matches the tape.
I know you got to get out of here. I want to get one more in real quick. Roseman admitted yesterday that the safety position is not full, but he won't force a pick. But him saying the safety position is not full, I thought that was definitely interesting because, that will leave the door open for, do you play Cooper DeJean or do you have to get somebody else? Is there somebody out there? You looking around, one man's trash is another man's treasure. What do you make of that? Not full, that they don't want Epps and Makuba to be their starters, it sounds like, right? Or are they just looking for depth?
Well, they clearly don't want those to be their starters. They want Makuba and a starting caliber player. And that's why they're going to continue to look at the position, whether it is the draft, whether it is the trade. So I like to, I'm always about balance, right? I like to remind people of 2 things. One, the Eagles got themselves a heck of a safety in 2022, about 2 weeks before the season began, when they traded for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, because they were looking at going into the year with their safeties being Marcus Epps and I forget who. Oh, Anthony Harris. And literally they released Anthony Harris like the next day, right? He was the number 1 first team safety all throughout camp, and then they trade for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So that's an example of how there's plenty of time. But I also do like to remind people that they went into the 2023 season after they didn't retain C.J. Gardner-Johnson with Terrell Edmonds and Justin Evans as their options to start at safety, which was an absolute disaster. So I can't, I don't know where Howie's at here. Hopefully he's more on the side of getting a player like a starting caliber player than thinking he can fill a hole like Terrell Edmonds.
Yeah. Good stuff, Moshe. We all have plenty. We'll do some draft mailbag stuff leading up to the draft for the listeners. I know a lot of people have been sending questions in. I haven't got a chance to put them all together, but we'll start compiling that. For the guys, football at 4. Andrew's here tomorrow. Moshe, enjoy the rest of the week, man. By the way, would you have hit Marsh or Bohm last night?
I would have. Who did Bohm pinch hit for?
Marsh.
Yeah, no, I would have kept Marsh in. I had. There's no way I'm bringing in an ice cold Alec Bohm just because he's right-handed. Like what is the use of a right-handed hitter who's not hitting? I don't understand that. It
Hey,
makes
listen.
no sense to me.
Well, Marsh obviously has had his struggles against lefties,
Yeah, but I mean the guy's not ice cold and on the bench. Like
Well,
I don't.
the funny
I
part
think-
is Bohm had a hit in his last at bat the game before,
Right.
and then they sat him yesterday. It was like, well, he finally got a hit, and now you're sitting him.
Yeah. And by the way, Alec Bohm looked like he was trying to hit the
He's
10-run
been
home run in that.
He's
at-bat.
been terrible. Hey,
Yeah.
but listen, if you're going off their resumes, Bohm has hit lefties significantly better than Marsh has.
I agree, but I think that in this situation, I mean, that's like saying, well, Bohm's a career like 285 hitter, but right now he's batting like a newspaper weight. So I don't want him hitting against anybody at this point.
I agree with that. Bohm has been terrible. I just look at it as, people like Marsh, they don't like Bohm.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I think the biggest takeaway before I get out of here is that when Bohm and Otto Kemp are your best options off the
Touche.
bench, and Marsh is your best option in the lineup currently, it's just not a great against a left-hander. It's not.
That's what I said. When you have to debate hitting for your fifth hitter in the lineup, your team is not good enough.
I believe that's why the phrase "pick your poison" was invented there. So.
Absolutely. Geoff Mosher, football
See
at
you,
4, everybody. Thanks. Sorry. There's Mosher. There's football at 4. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We give you football every day, 4 o'clock right here on the Sports Bash. Who else does that for you, right? Who else gives you football every day at 4 o'clock? Just the Sports Bash. Aaron Lewis from Stained will be at Ocean on Friday night. Comedian Tony Hinchcliffe on April 24th. Bobby Lee on May the 2nd. Matt Rife, July 24th and July 25th. Joey Diaz, Friday, August 7th, excuse me. And the headliner, Sebastian Maniscalco. He's got like a residency there. He's there from the 17th to the 20th and the 24th to the 27th. Those tickets are going to be very hard to get, but you could try at theoceanac.com. They've got other great concerts. I know Lenny Kravitz is coming. Toad the Wet Sprocket with Men at Work. Blues Traveler, Gin Blossoms, and Spin Doctors are playing at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We will be there live on Thursday, April 23rd for the draft. Mike McGarry will be on the show coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, live video. You can watch the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. If you're watching the show live right now, subscribe on the YouTube channel. If you're on Facebook, hit that thumbs up, like button. If you're on the X platform, hit the repost button, hit that like button. Be a part of the show every day. The video portion of the show, the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 431, what's going on? Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video on the YouTube channel, 97.3 ESPN. Watch and subscribe on YouTube. You can watch the show each and every day on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. I am Mike Gill. We've got Phil's tonight taking on the Cubs, final game of the set. Imanaga against Luzardo. And the Phillies lineup, an interesting one tonight. We'll talk about that and the lineup from last night and what happened in the game last night. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City going to Citizens Bank Park, getting ready for Phils and Cubs. And a big discussion today, Mike McGarry, if you could, as you can imagine. Marsh comes up, bottom of the eighth. He's up against a lefty. Here comes Alec Bohm. And as you can imagine, the people were not happy about that decision. Is that the right move last night? Go with the righty against the lefty pitcher, or give the lefty a shot? You can't find out if he hits lefties unless you let him.
Yeah, but Mike, I thought it was the right move because I think we have found out that Brandon Marsh is who he is, and he has been a guy who, throughout his career, has been given an opportunity to hit left-handed pitching, and he has not done it on a consistent basis at all. Now, he'll get another shot tonight. He's in the lineup in center field against a lefty, but I had absolutely no issue last night with Rob Thompson going to Alec Bohm in that big spot. You know, I put the focus back on the players. I put the focus back on Alec Bohm. I put the focus on Adolis Garcia. The Phillies right-handed hitters, if the other team is going to bring in a lefty to face the lefties in the Phillies lineup, the Phillies right-handed hitters have to rise to the occasion and make those lefties pay, make the other team pay for making those moves. And obviously last night, both Garcia and Bohm failed to do that in key spots.
Yeah, Bohm's struggling along, but I agree with you. I mean, he's probably, you got to go resume there. His resume against lefties is significantly better than Marsh's. Now, that being said, I don't think the Phillies are doing themselves much favors by having Marsh in the lineup tonight against a lefty. So you're saying basically he wasn't ready to hit a lefty last night, but today we'll give you the shot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess last night, key part of the game, right, the eighth inning when they pull him for the pinch hit in that spot, and I admit, you're kind of opening yourself up to a second-guess situation. If Marsh goes 3 for 4 tonight against left-handed pitching, people are going to say, well, you should have let him hit in the eighth inning last night. I understand that. But I think Marsh playing in the outfield today is just has as much to do with the Phillies wanting to give Justin Crawford a little bit of a break, a little bit of a day off. He's been scuffling a little bit himself lately. So let him have a day, sit on the bench, get, take his collective breath, whatever, and give Marsh an opportunity. Marsh has had opportunities over the past few years to hit lefties. He hasn't done it. He gets another opportunity tonight. I admit it's not going to look great for the Phillies, but if Marsh goes 3 for 4 against lefties and helps them win a game tonight, they'll take that bad look, and we'll see what happens going forward.
Mike McGarry, Citizens Bank Park for the Phils and the Cubs. They're going to face a lefty, Imanaga, so they're going to have a little different lineup tonight. Crawford not in the lineup tonight. They got Otto Kemp out there. You've also got Sosa not only playing, Mike, he's hitting in the 5-hole. And Sosa's going to start to become that guy that people want to see more of. Is he earning more playing time?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think you're coming to a situation at third base, to me, where it's getting to a point where it's okay to start asking questions like, what's up with Alec Bohm? How is he going to perform? Should he just be penciled in as the everyday third baseman? I think the year Bohm had last year and the start he's off to this year certainly opens up some questions about whether, you might want to work Armando Sosa in. The only thing I would caution the fans about Armando Sosa is, in my mind, he's not an everyday guy. He's a guy that if he gets 300 to 350 at-bats for your team, you're going to love him. If he gets 500 to 550 at-bats for your team, you're going to find that he's a little bit overexposed and might start being a detriment more than a plus. So I admit right now, and it seems we go through this every year with Sosa off the bench, but I think the less we see of Sosa in limited doses is better than Sosa as an everyday regular player. But I will be the first one to say right now, that, the Alec Bohm situation at third base with the way he's hit last year and so far to start this year, it's becoming an issue.
By the way, our poll question asked the question. Marsh got 63% of the vote. Kemp got 21%, and only 15% thought that Bohm should have hit last night. They rather see Kemp than Bohm. It kind of tells you how people are just completely frustrated with Bohm.
Yeah, I think that's more exactly what you're saying there. I think that's more of a reaction, a visceral reaction from the fans, because I don't think Otto Kemp has shown us anything to say that he should be up in that spot. And March's history against left-handed pitchers, especially tough left-handed pitchers, his track record there is not good at all. So, yeah, I understand the fans' frustration with Alec Bohm. I understand, big strikeout last night, a big spot. He hits the home run opening day, hasn't done much since. I admit it's becoming an issue. But I'm not quite sure what the solution is, or if the solution is even on this roster.
All right, Mike, obviously, Nola, I want to get your thoughts on Nola last night because, obviously it seems like, is this what Nola is? I asked this question because Pat Costello, who's the producer of Unsportsmanlike in the Morning, he tweeted out, he's incapable of getting through 4 innings. I'm done with him. And I said, well, you only got 4 more years at $25 million a year, so you're not quite done with him yet. But is this all Nola is anymore?
Signs sort of point to that, right? Again, I'm not going to, close the door on Aaron Nola this early in the season. But again, what he did last year, it's almost becoming routine. 5 innings, 3 runs, 5 in the third, 4 runs, 6 innings, 4 runs. He did have that great start in Colorado, but the other starts have been just okay. The best you can say is, okay, he went out to the mound and he gave the Phillies a chance to win the game. But as you said, for a guy that you're paying for and a guy with his track record, you're looking for a little bit more than that out of Aaron Nola. And, it's one of the issues that's kind of impacting the Phillies here. You have and it's going to start to be more of a problem as these guys start to age with big contracts. And maybe Nola's the first one that we're kind of seeing go through this process. But yeah, again, the best that can be said is, he gave you a chance to win a game. You're looking for more than that from Aaron Nola. You're looking for that to be, Nola's on the mound, 7 innings, 2-3 runs, and we're going to win the game. Kind of how you feel about Christopher Sanchez right now when he takes the mound. You don't have that feeling when Aaron Nola's out there. He keeps you in the game. But, is that enough for a guy who's making what he makes and the investment the Phillies have made in him?
I guess one of the big stories probably floating around the ballpark was Wheeler last night, 9 strikeouts, and the anticipation, Micah, when he might be able to come back.
Yeah, he's going to pitch Sunday, another rehab start on Sunday. Rob Thompson said he'll go about 90 pitches on Sunday. They seem to be, really up or pleased with his outing last night. Wheeler's velocity had ticked up, so he will make another rehab start on Sunday. He came out of last night's start feeling good, feeling like he did after a normal outing. And after Sunday, we'll see where it goes. Rob Thompson today not ready to commit to Wheeler making another rehab start or maybe joining the Phillies after Sunday, kind of leaving that open. But he'll make a rehab start on Sunday, and then we'll see where he goes from there.
All right, Phils tonight, they will throw Luzardo. We'll see what ends up happening. They face Imanaga, a lefty, so you kind of have an interesting lineup. As we mentioned, Marsh is in the lineup. No Crawford. Crawford's 1 for his last 9 against left-handers. So I don't know. Is he starting to get the treatment of you're not facing lefties, or I don't know how they're going to balance this if they don't think Crawford can hit lefties either.
I think Crawford is more or less they're just giving him a day off. I don't think they're going to put him in a platoon situation yet. I think they're going to play him and give him an opportunity. He's a rookie. This is his first time through the big leagues. We're less than 3 weeks into his big league career. I think it would be, we talked about the Brandon Marsh situation. Well, Brandon Marsh has had 2 to 3 years to kind of hit lefties, and he hasn't done it. I think to pull the plug on Crawford 3 weeks in and make him a platoon player, they're not going to do that. They're going to put him out there every day. He is scuffling a little bit, so I think they're just giving him a day off to sort of catch his breath. But, yeah, way too soon, both in the season and the development of Justin Crawford, to say he can only hit, he can't hit against lefties. I don't think you're going to see that at all.
Yeah, by the way, yes, the note on Crawford as he sits tonight against a lefty, he has 1 for 9 against lefties this season, 4 for his last 21 overall against righties and lefties, so Crawford getting the day off. Brandon Marsh, by the way, against lefties, his numbers not great either, so Sosa will hit and bat 5th today. Marsh moves down the lineup against the lefty. He is hitting in the 7th spot for the Phillies. JT Realmuto, by the way, has been a nice surprise for the Phillies. They'll play tonight against the Cubs. Across the street, you're going to get the Sixers, and I got to imagine, Mike, the buzz for this game is about a 1 on a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah, I think it's about a 0.5, right? But in looking at it, Mike, and obviously I don't think the Sixers, if they do win tonight, they get in the playoffs and they would play the Boston Celtics, correct? And if they lose tonight, they have a shot to get in the playoffs, and then they would face, I guess, the Detroit Pistons in the first round. But, Mike, I'm for them winning this game. I think anytime you can win, get in the postseason, get Edgecombe some playoff reps, just expose him to the postseason, let him know what it's kind of about. I think that's an important step for them. So while I harbor no fantasies of a Sixer run to the deep playoff run, I do think it's important for this team and some of their younger players, most notably VJ Edgecombe, to get some playoff experience and exposure to the playoffs. So I think it would be beneficial to the franchise. I know people kind of shrug their shoulders and say, well, it's just, they'll probably lose in the first round. It'll be 5 games or 6 games, and then they'll be out. I think those 5 or 6 games can be valuable to the 76ers as far as the development going forward.
All right, Mike, some big news in the high school football world today. You covered it over at pressofatlanticcity.com.
Yeah, interesting story. St. Augustine Prep announces that they have a new football coach in Bill Belton. Bill Belton was the coach of Winslow Township. He turned Winslow Township into probably the best public school in the state. Belton was the head coach the last 4 years. They went 42-9 in those 4 years. They won back-to-back state Group 4 titles the past 2 seasons. People might remember Bill Belton. He was a quarterback at Winslow Township, a lot of success. Then he went on to Penn State and played running back there, had a great college career, and, has quickly established himself as one of the state's top coaches, a guy who attracts a lot of top players, who's known for, a high-powered offense, entertaining offense, an offense that likes to throw the football. So St. Augustine, probably hitting a home run today, to use a mixed sports metaphor there, with their hire of Bill Belton to take over the Hermits football program. And we'll see now, St. Augustine often finds itself in the playoffs paired against those North Jersey non-public parochial powers in Bergen Catholic and Don Bosco Prep, teams that are, among the best high school football teams in the country, not just New Jersey. St. Augustine has yet to been able to break through against those teams. We'll see now if Bill Belton can do it, but certainly a great hire by the Hermits today, and one that kind of shook up the South Jersey high school football world.
All right, check out more of Mike's columns over at pressofatlanticcity.com, live from Citizens Bank Park, Phillies and Cubs tonight. Mike, appreciate it, man.
All right, we'll see you guys down the road. Thanks.
All right, there's Mike McGarry, everybody, from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Phils and the Cubs tonight, and as Mike said, he too would have hit Bohm last night in that spot. So our poll question up at Mike Gill Show. You can vote and be a part of the show. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, you can comment in the comments section. A lot of the people watching and listening to the show today, over 60% said they would have had Marsh stay and hit. So far, everybody that we've asked, though, that has covered the team today, they've pretty much gone the opposite direction. So it's the fan vote versus the people who cover the vote. And generally, they don't see eye to eye all that much. And a lot of times, listen, as Mike said, the Phillies are a team that kind of goes by the book. And most teams, if not all teams in baseball, probably would also have hit. Now, the problem is you don't like the options. This isn't a Bohm is better than Marsh or anything. It's just Bohm doesn't hit lefties. Marsh doesn't hit lefties. Bohm's a quote-unquote starting player on the team. His numbers against lefties, by the way, Alec Bohm's in his career are very good. Last year against lefties, he hit .295. He had an .818 OPS against lefties last year. That's very good. So Bohm has hit lefties historically, and he's not getting off to a good start. His sample size is very small, much like most of the guys so far. Marsh's sample size against lefties is not small. He strikes out almost 50% of the time against them. So, although I do find it interesting that they are having him face a lefty today. But as I said, I think they are more willing to let him play the whole game against a lefty rather than, as Mike said, actually, in that moment, in the 8th inning, bases loaded, probably not his strong suit. Now, if he's starting the game and sees a lefty couple times throughout the day, maybe that's a little different. We'll see. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We've got so much more to go, including that sounder is going to go off one more time in this hour. Listen for it on the Sports Bash. All right, 4:52. Thanks to Mike McGarry. A little later than normal today. He's at Citizens Bank Park. We had Adam Aaronson on earlier in the show. If you want to rewind the YouTube and go back and watch that. Also, football at 4 with Mosher today. Good stuff on the Jalen Hurts Eagles stuff. Phillies Fastball coming up. We'll talk to the guys, get their thoughts on the Phils. The Phils lineup today, a little different. They got a lefty going for the Cubs. So the Phillies going with a right-handed lineup. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Garcia. Sosa is hitting fifth and playing second base. Real Muto, Bohm, Marsh, and Kemp. I guess that means they think that on the depth chart, Bohm, Marsh, and Kemp against lefties. They got Bohm hitting seventh, Marsh hitting eighth, and Kemp hitting ninth. So Kemp hitting ninth tonight against that's not good. You have your platoon right-handed bat against a left-handed pitcher, and he's hitting last behind the left-hander who can't hit lefties. It tells you what they think of Kemp at this point. Jeez. Good grief. They got to figure this out. They got to figure this lineup out. You can't have a guy hitting in the 5-hole that you have to hit for because he can't hit a pitcher who happens to throw left-handed. That's your Phillies lineup tonight at Citizens Bank Park. Jesus Luzardo gets the ball for the Phils. We got Phillies Fastball coming up in 6 minutes from now. Stick around for that. Oscar and Geoff join me for the conversation today. Would they have hit for Marsh last night? We'll get into that. Plus the night for Wheeler at Reading and Nola's night at Citizens Bank Park last night. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN. Right now, I need caller 7, 609, and 6. Caller 6 and caller 7. I need 2 qualifiers right now. I got 2 extra seats for the draft party. Must be present to win April 23rd. Caller 6 and caller 7, 609 573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7 on the hotline right now. You're entered for this year's draft party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We're giving away a pair of Eagles Club Box tickets for a game at the Link this year. Got an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort that comes with a $150 gift card for you to have a good time and enjoy everything that Ocean has to offer. We have concert tickets, comedy shows. You must be present to win April 23rd, the day of the draft, at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Caller 6, caller 7. Good luck. Phillies Fastball coming up next. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, congratulations, Kathy in Brigantine, Mike in Manahawkin. We'll see Mike and Kathy at this year's draft party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. That's a week from tomorrow, by the way. Draft is almost here. We'll get into the draft. We'll talk to Rick Saratella next week. Andrew DeCecco will be on tomorrow's show. Phillies lineup, by the way, Trey Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Garcia, Sosa, Realmuto, Bohm, Marsh, and Kemp. But we want to talk more about last night's matchup where Bohm comes in to hit for Marsh. Big spot in the game. It's our poll question today. Would you hit Marsh, Bohm, or Kemp? Well, about 60% of you were going with you would have had Marsh stayed in the game to hit last night. Let's start with Jeff Kerr on this one today for our Phillies Fastball segment, brought to you by Ventnor Social. Ventnor Social, the place to catch every Phils game. There are 20 big screen TVs. And don't forget, the Sports Bash will be live at Ventnor Social for a Phillies day game watch party on April 30th for the Phillies and Giants game. Stop out and enter to win a bus trip down to Baltimore to see the Phillies play at Camden Yards against the Orioles this summer. Jeff Kerr, Marsh, Bohm, Kemp, other. Which way you going, man?
Can I go other? Yeah, Mike Gill, can I pick him? Can I pick you? Like, look, that's the right move. I hate to admit it, but it is. Like, that's what you have to deal with. If you're not going to play Otto Kemp for whatever reason, Dylan Moore didn't seem to be an option there. And I would.
You put some stats yesterday, Jeff. You should mention them. I mean, with Brandon Marsh against left-handed pitching.
I'm actually going to do that right now, Oscar. Thank you for mentioning that. So I posted this. Look, do you really want to go with this guy right here for the Brandon Marsh people? All right, here it is. Brandon Marsh against left-handed pitching. 2022, 188, 486 OPS. 2023, 229, 717 OPS. That's the outlier, by the way. 2024, 192, 552 OPS. 2025, 197, 577 OPS. You mean to tell me you want that in there over Alec Bohm? Oh, by the way, Brandon Marsh is a really good player. I am one of the biggest Brandon Marsh defenders on the planet. I never want to see Brandon Marsh hit against a lefty ever again.
Well, and that's the question, Oscar. Some people say, look, he's the guy who's going well versus the guys who are struggling. So do you go by the book and the numbers, or do you go with your gut there and say, hey, Marsh has been hot, let's just let him hit against the lefty? You playing the numbers, or are you going with the gut feel?
I would have done the same thing. I would have gone with Alec Bohm. Look, he's not a rookie. I mean, this guy has been in the majors for a number of years. I know he's struggling, but he's your best bat out of the bench. And look, Jeff just mentioned the numbers. I mean, they're absolutely awful, and it's not like, I mean, he looks very uncomfortable against lefty, and this is a tough lefty. I mean, he was facing a tough lefty, and I mean, unfortunately, Alec Bohm had another bad at bat. So you had two options: you either hit him and try to get him back up and running, or you continue to keep him down there, and the guy didn't do the job, and he had a bad at bat. I mean, that was not a pretty bad. First of all, first pitch, hey,
so challenging.
Look, and he started touching the helmet, and I said, "What's going on?" I mean, but do it seriously. I mean, he does that when he goes to bat. That he starts fixing his helmet. That was a call. That was a ball. I mean, that was outside of strike zone.
Well, guys, and listen. I think the moral of the story is they don't have a great option. Bohm is struggling so mightily right now. However, if you're just going off of resumes, Marsh resumes against lefty, as you just chronicled, is not good. Marsh, this is a guy who, listen, against right-handed pitching, he has every right to be in the lineup, but against lefties, he just has been given time and time again, shown he can't do it. Bohm, if you're going resume, the guy's got back-to-back 97 RBI seasons. There's one thing that he has shown he does in this league. He hits with runners in scoring position. He drives runs in. He's struggling to start the season, but he's certainly historically a better option against a left-handed pitcher than Marsh would be. And I don't think Kemp's in the conversation at all. He's struggling and just doesn't have enough at-bats. So it's really a Marsh versus Bohm.
Yeah, people are judging based on the result. Well, can you imagine Rob Thompson would have just went with, okay, I'm going to go with Otto Kemp because he's the other left fielder. He's the left fielder that hits against left-handed pitching, and he does what Alec Bohm does. Like, you know what the question would be? Why not Alec Bohm in there? That's why I get so upset when people go with the results. And I know people wanted to mention Brian De La Cruz. Well, I got some news for you guys, and Oscar knows this. He's not even hitting 200 in AAA. So you want to trust him up here?
He's hitting home runs. No, I mean, look, here's – I mean, there's one thing we need to keep in mind. We did not lose this game because of Alec Bohm. Let's just keep that right off the bat. Everybody's blaming Bohm and all that. We did not lose this game because of Alec Bohm, period.
No, you're right about that. They're down in the game, obviously, and that's a big spot. It's their one shot, but you're right. They don't win or lose that game based on that decision. That was obviously a decision that was a big one in the game. It's in the eighth inning. It's 7-4, and it's obviously – I think, though, it goes to show that this team, they go by the book. They go by the analytics more than, hey, Brandon Marsh is hitting 305. Let's just stick with him tonight. No, it's a lefty pitcher. Let's get a right-hander because the book says that gives us a better opportunity. And it may work and it may not work. You might not like it, but I would imagine, guys, that every major league team probably would have hit for Brandon Marsh in that spot last night.
I agree. And look, where it's by the book or not, or where you're going by the numbers or not, that's fine. Like, I don't like to blame coaches for players failing to execute. Is it the coach's fault they have 3 errors on Monday night? Is it the coach's fault Alec Bohm had a terrible at-bat? I didn't realize he was hitting. I didn't realize Kevin Long was hitting. I think if you do want to go with the human element of it, Alec Bohm is not in a good spot right now with things going on off the field and everything else. But what do? Like, I mean, you already started Mundo Sosa, who had a great game, by the way.
Oscar, you do what you did last night. You sit him down, you let Sosa play, and Sosa has come up, which I got a text message from a buddy last night that wants to know, why not more Sosa? How come they don't give him? Not only for Bohm, but also for Stott. So you kind of hinted at this yesterday, Oscar. What kind of player would Sosa be with regular at-bats? Is he a guy that it can be an everyday player, or is he perfect in this role?
I think for a team like the Phils that is trying to win a championship this year, he's the perfect guy coming out of the bench. And can you play in 3 straight games? Absolutely. You can play in 3 straight games, and he could do a tremendous job. But what happens is when you put him every single day, he's going to be vulnerable overtime. Now, I want to remind 2 years ago, I think Turner missed like 5 weeks.
Yeah.
He plays tremendous shortstop, and he was a spark plug to this team. So I do believe he plays that role, and that's why I say I want to see him I want to see him in the lineup right now. Look, Bohm and Stott are struggling. Use more of Sosa. Play him every day. You either play him at third, you play him at second, and then you start moving things around until these guys wake up. I mean, without a doubt, in my mind, Alec Bohm is the third baseman on this team. And Stott is a second baseman, and we know the defense Stott offers a second base. That's a Gold Glove defense second.
Yeah, I mean, look, Bryson Stott. Look, even last night he makes a great play when Tim Mesa was in the first time. We're not talking about the drop catch, which was a bad Mesa throw anyway. But that first play, like that was like kind of my warning sign. Tim Mesa probably doesn't have it tonight, and it ended up being right. But look. I don't think you can take Bryson Stott out of this lineup because of his defense. Now, you can against left-handed pitching, but when you got Alec Bohm struggling, that's where Mundo Sosa comes in. And look, Oscar, to further prove your point here, look how the league values Mundo Sosa. They think he's a starter. Now, he probably is a starter on bad to mediocre baseball team. Well, in the Phillies, he is a really good 10th man that you could just put in the lineup, and he's going to produce. He did it last night, and you know what? If you have to play this guy a week, so be it. He can do it. And
he would have been the pinch hitter if you would have started Alec Bohm. He would have been the pinch hitter for March. I mean, no doubt about that.
That's a good point. Yes. How would people have received it if Sosa hit for Marsh in that spot? Probably wouldn't have cared as much. I think it's just because people are tired of Bohm and don't want Bohm around anymore. But the facts are that's the right decision in that spot there.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. You know 100%. What? It's hard to make angry people happy. It just is.
That is true. There was also another moment, by the way, in that same inning where they end up having Bohm come in and hit, which was Harper strikes out in a big spot in that game. Now it's lefty on lefty. And then I thought Garcia worked a really good walk. I mean, give Garcia some credit. He worked a good walk there. But obviously that middle of the order, 3 and 4, Harper, big spot, strikes out. Garcia 0 for 3 last night with a strikeout, so you did not get a lot from the 3 and 4 spots in the order. JT Realmuto, though, guys, I'm wondering, he did get moved up in the order. We talked about it yesterday. Would they move him? They did. He's up to 286, 793 OPS. He had 2 more hits last night.
Yeah, big night for JT. And look, I want to further add to the Marsh conversation, too. People were saying, well, he's the 5 hitter. That's the guy you trust. I said, no, he's the 5 hitter at the start of the game, not later in the game. But I digress with that. But maybe JT Realmuto deserves to move even further up in the lineup with the way he's hit and moved him up to 6 last night. And I mean, look at these numbers: 286, 793, 2 doubles and a home run. Like, you would take this from JT Realmuto every day of the week. And I have said on this show, on the Sports Bash, Phillies Weekly, anyway, JT Realmuto is a declining offensive player. Maybe last year woke him up a bit because he's really hitting to the opposite part of the field. And remember, he had that great July and August last year? He's looking like the JT Realmuto from that era.
Well, you got to also keep in mind, Oscar, is they tried to move on from JT when they brought in Bo Bichette. There was a chance that JT wasn't here, and maybe he's saying, hey, listen, I got a little left in the tank. I agree with you, Geoff. I thought everybody felt that JT, and the Phillies agreed too. They hit him 8th, right? They thought that he was a declining offensive player. Guess what? The sad part is they need him to be an offensive force on this team because that middle of the order, 4 and 5, seemingly they have a big problem there. Now, Marsh is okay there against right-handed pitching. It's the days against left-handed pitching, which Imanaga obviously today, that you have your issues.
And I said before, the Cubs have 4 relievers that are lefties, and you saw it. I mean, and they applied it, and it happened. I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you 5 numbers, right? 178, 195, 156, 152, and 158. Ronald Acuna Jr., Fernando Tatis, Cal Riley, Julio Rodriguez, and Byron Broxton. On the show, on the Phillies Weekly show on Sunday, I said one of my theories with the issues with the Phillies is the World Baseball Classic. All these players that are elite, okay, all of them are elite. They're superstars in the making.
And they played in the World Baseball Classic.
They played in the World Baseball Classic. Schwarber, Harper, Keller, Nola, and to me, it's not the fact that they played just in the World Baseball Classic. The fact, to me, the issue with the Phillies is the 2 leaders of this team, Schwarber and Harper, were not there. Wheeler is out. I mean, Wheeler is out right now in rehab, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. To me, this team has not come together as a team in a very effective way, and that's what we're seeing right now is the individual. Right now, to me, if Schwarber doesn't hit, this team doesn't win. I mean, this team don't win. That's it. Simple as that. Schwarber, to me, is the key to everything that happens on this team. When he hits, we win. When he doesn't hit, we don't win. Period. Simple as that. You can have Mundito. You can have all you want, but he is the superstar of this team that needs to get going. Turner is not helping himself. 254. I mean, he has 16 strikeouts. So, to me, the World Baseball Classic issue did not help this team come together at the right time, and they're trying to find their way, their footing into it.
You know what, Oscar? Adding to your Schwarber thing, I actually had someone say to me last night on X, I didn't respond because I was going to save it for here, Schwarber could play left field and actually earn that money. I'm like, no, he did earn that money. He's getting paid to be the DH of this team, not the left fielder of this team. That's not the problem. The problem is your bench. I mean, look at the question Mike posed today. I said Mike Gill. That's not a good answer.
No, wasn't much of a hitter, so I don't think you want me to hit in that spot. However, I could throw a little bit, and the Phillies, let's take a look at Zach Wheeler's night last night. By the way, let's talk about Wheeler and Nola. What'd you guys think of Nola last night?
He was okay.
Yeah, he was fine.
That's probably the word that I would use for Nola. He was not I seen him before better this year than I saw him yesterday. He did his part. I mean, 5 innings. I mean, 3 runs. Maybe he gave one more run than I ideally want, but you can see he was not dominant. Only 5
Garcia
strikeouts.
really helped him out too last night.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Well, that was a big throw by Garcia. And I asked that question. I saw our buddy Pat Costello from ESPN's Unsportsmanlike. He's the producer of the show. And he's like, I'm about done with Aaron Nola. I said, oh, no, you're not. You only get 4 more years at $25 million per year of Aaron Nola. So that's going to be a contract that I think we're going to be talking about over the years. He actually tweeted, Aaron Nola is incapable of getting beyond the 4th inning. He's completely washed and has to go. And I said, you only have 4 more years at $24.5 million. The Aaron Nola that you got last night, he was okay. I think your answer, okay. But I think that's going to be something that's going to be talked about all season. And then there's Wheeler, who threw last night. Geoff, tell us what you know about what Wheeler looked like last night down at Reading.
Well, Wheeler was very encouraged with his velo last night, and he was touching 95 a couple times. He said, look, he was ramping up. He looked great those first 5 innings. Only allowed 1 hit, faced the minimum, and he didn't even seem too perturbed about his 6th inning. He said, look, it's part of the process, right? And look, he left the game. There were men on second and third. He had a strikeout, and his pitch limit was there, or else he would have finished the inning. He probably only gives up 1 run instead of 3. But look, I thought Zach Wheeler was great last night. He said the command was good, especially on a slider. The velo was good. He was very encouraged by that outing last night, and I think he's going to get 1 more start. He's definitely getting 1 more start on Sunday. I mean, the Phillies could give him 2 more, but I think Zach Wheeler is basically 1 more start from being ready to go.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And the only guy that was truly able to hit against him was George Lombard Jr., which is one of the top prospects in the Yankees system.
He's a good player.
He got 2 doubles and a hit against him. But Volpe, that is, had his first rehab yesterday. He got 2 strikeouts. 2 out of the 9 strikeouts of Wheeler were against Volpe. So look, Wheeler I agree with you, Geoff. He's 1 more. I love that the fastball continues to climb in terms of miles per hour. He was 93, 94, Rich, I think close to 96 yesterday or 95. So I do believe he's 1 more star away from joining the team.
He still wants his weight up, by the way. He's still trying to get that up. So I think that's part of it. I think that's his biggest struggle right now. It's the weight thing. He lost 10 pounds. Yeah. He's still trying to gain it. And look, I saw him on Sunday, and I said, he just still looks like he needs to gain some weight. And but it's hard because when you're a professional athlete and you're always working out, it's hard to gain 10 pounds of muscle, guys. It just is.
I have some for him. He could take some of mine. I think we can make a swap here. I can arrange that for him.
You want to trade some, Mike?
Meza, we had talked glowingly about him. He really struggled last night, I guess, on the negative side. On the plus side, Keller, 2 strikeouts in 2/3. I thought Chase Schuchart came in and did a good job over the 2 innings. He had 3 strikeouts. I liked his location last night. And Tanner Banks struggled a little bit. So not a great night for the Phillies middle relief in the bullpen.
Yeah, the lefties really struggled. Tim Mays,
both
Banks.
Bank and Mays. They just didn't have it yesterday. And Bank had a 1.92 ERA yesterday, and after allowing all those runs, he's up to 5.40. So 5.40. So it's a problem. Look, it's a problem. Your 3 lefties did not pitch. Alvarado 2 days ago, and Bank and Mesa didn't have it yesterday. So. Look, to me, the core is Durant. The other one is Keller. I want to see a much more effective Keller than what we've seen so far with a 4.7 ERA, 7 innings, 8 strikeouts. I'm expecting more. I think the Phillies expect more of him. So,
I agree. They gave him $22 million, guys, for a relief pitcher. That they invested in him to be that 8th inning guy, no matter what. I mean, to me, you give a guy 2 years, $22 million. That's a big investment for a relief pitcher. That's not a closer.
You know what upset me last night? So we know Mays is struggling, right? He's struggling to even just get through the 6th. They put Keller in a high leverage situation to get out of that. And what does he do? First batter, base hit, 7-3, and you're just like, why are the Phillies paying this guy $11 million again? This is his job.
Yeah. I mean, he went to the World Baseball Classic again. I mean,
Yep.
another one you can put in the book.
It is.
Well, guys,
very effective. He was not very effective at the World Baseball Classic. But look, it's a reality. It's what we have. Again, I just don't see us playing complementary baseball. I mean, it's either the pitching or the defense or the hitting. They're not playing as a team. And fundamentals. I mean, that's another big issue with this team. They're not playing the fundamentals of the game correctly, and that has to do with spring training and not having enough time in the spring training to do their things. I'm concerned. I mean, I'm concerned, and I want to go back to something you put together, Geoff. I'll pull us out and I'll bring us back in. Something that you put together about starts, about Philly starts, which I thought it was very timely, or what you put yesterday. Everything you do is timely. How about that?
Yeah, how's that?
Want to talk to it?
By the way, so I was going to bring this up, is that there are a lot of people hitting the panic button. There's a lot of people who are kind of, this team's the same, they ran it back, they don't hit, blah, blah, blah. But they're really right around where they have been since 2022 when they went to the World Series, Geoff.
Yeah, exactly. And look, 2022, they started 22 and 28, and then they ousted the manager that was there for a couple years. Oh, by the way, the guy that everybody hates, all he's done is win since he's been the manager. He won 8 in a row and never looked back. They made the playoffs, made the World Series, etc. But look, 2023 started out slow. You were a little concerned about that team. You thought 2022 was a flash in the pan. 2024, they didn't get hot till May. 2025, they didn't get hot till May. Like, it's about surviving April. Oscar said it yesterday. Survive April. If they can get out of this April 500, I think that's a good sign. And look, we have a lot to complain about with this team. We've done it already, but everything considered, I'm okay with 8 and 9. Win tonight and just try to find a way to tread water right now.
I just want to see the product on the field better, and that's the part that I'm most concerned about. It's not.
I agree.
It's not the record itself. Look, we are 24th in pitching and we are 21 in runs scored per game. That's not good enough.
No.
It's
and
not
by
good
the way,
enough for one of the best teams in baseball.
The graphic on the screen for the people watching on the social media. In 2022, after 17 games, they were 7 and 10. They went to the World Series. 2023, they were 7 and 10. Obviously, they lost in the championship round. In 2024, they started 9 and 8, went to the playoffs, finished with 95 wins. They lost to the Mets. In 2025, they were 10 and 7. They won 96 games and ended up losing to the Dodgers. Right now, they are 8 and 9, and we'll see what they end up doing. But obviously, they are not out of it. They are not done. They didn't bury themselves like the Braves did last year. The Braves were buried 17 games in because they just couldn't get back because they got off to such a bad start. The Phillies pitching, guys, generally will not allow them to go on long losing streaks, but their inconsistent hitting at some point has to kind of turn the page here, and something has to change. And I just don't think they have the personnel unless these guys get back to who they are, and that's the big thing. Is Bohm going to find it? Is Stott going to – those two guys had good second halves of the year to get them back to respectability. Those two guys are pretty key.
That's the answer, and Rob Thompson will give you the same answer all the time. I trust the back of their baseball cards. And what else can you say, right? I mean, we know what they are, and like you said, Mike, big second halves. That's what they had last year. Bryson Stott, after he had his kid, was unbelievably good last year. I mean, that's a guy that people in the organization reevaluate and say, hey, look, maybe this guy is the long-term answer at second base. I think they already made the decision on Alec Bohm a while ago. I think that's going to be Ian Miller's spot, but these guys got to hit the bottom line. And I agree with a lot of fans. Like, as much as you want to blame Turner, Schwarber, and Harper, and you should, the development of Alec Bohm and Bryson Stott have really been where this whole thing kind of stagnated.
I agree. I could not agree more with that.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly because you have your stars. They can only do so much without the complementary players also being a part of this. When you look at the Dodgers, the Phillies shut down Ohtani last year. They shut down Betts and Freeman. It was their secondary players stepped up and did some things in those playoffs for you, and the Phillies just are not getting that. And for them to be the best version of themselves, Bohm by the way, he was a starting third baseman in the All-Star game a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
You've got to – he's way removed from that player right now. They need that guy back. By the way, Trey Turner has not got off to a great start, and he's kind of a guy that you need a little bit more from. Oscar, the splits that you have up on the screen, that left-handed number, that's not sustainable for success.
No, it is not sustainable for success. And we go back to this team expected a lot more from Alec Bohm and Stott than they're delivering for this team. Those were going to be kind of, you had your stars and then you have your kind of your next tier players. And they expected both Alec Bohm and Stott to take it to another level, and they didn't. They absolutely haven't done it. Marsh probably has done a better job in terms of overall trying to explode, but he has that major weakness, which is the issue that he has against left-handed pitching. So it is very concerning. I mean, I know that we're talking today on the radio. I mean, talking about is this team good enough? I think it's good enough.
Yep.
Are they capable of winning the World Series? It's a huge question mark for me.
By the way,
agree.
Go ahead, Jeff. Finish up with that thought.
Yeah, so I like how you brought up Trey Turner. I spoke to Trey Turner on Sunday, and I asked him, like, how do you think your swing's coming? He said, you know what? It's getting there. And look, he said it's a lot better than what he had. He felt the at-bats are starting to get there. He feels like the contact's better. His plate discipline's better. So, and look, Trey Turner's a pretty confident guy. If he thinks he's turning a corner, I think he's turning a corner. So I expect a big couple weeks from Turner coming up.
I let the numbers do the
755.
talking, by the way. I let the numbers do the talking.
755 OPS for Turner last year. He's at 655 right now. The OPS for the middle of the lineup for the Phillies, 4, 5, and 6, 574, 632, 580. Those numbers were better across the board last season.
Red.
They need to improve. Good stuff, guys. As always, we'll talk to you tomorrow for another edition of Phillies Fastball, brought to you by Ventnor Social, the place to catch every Phillies game on their big TV screens. Enjoy the food, the fun, the drinks. Visit their Facebook page for up-to-date info and specials. Plus, the Sports Bash will be live at Ventnor Social for our Phillies watch party. April the 30th is the next time we'll be there. Stop on out. You can enter to win a trip to Baltimore's Camden Yards to see the Phillies play the Orioles this summer. Stick around. Sixers tonight against the Magic, Phillies against the Cubs, and the Flyers. They're in the playoffs. We could see all three of them this weekend. We'll tell you how coming up. All right, 5:35, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. That sounder's going to go off one more time. Listen to enter to win tickets to see a Birds game at the Link this year at Lincoln Financial Field. We're going to be over at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. So I know a lot of people are just done and out on the Phillies. Sixers, by the way, tonight, 97.3 ESPN, 7:30. I get it. People are done. They are just fed up with this team, and I'm not trying to talk you out of that. Here's my question I thought about over the weekend, okay? The Sixers somehow, as frustrating, annoying, disinteresting as this team was, they won 45 games. How am I supposed to look at that? They won 45 games this year. And in the 45-win season, Joel Embiid missed what? 45 games? Paul George? How many games did Paul George miss this year? I actually have the numbers listed somewhere. But when you really think about it, I don't know that anybody actually compiles that. So they have 45 wins. Embiid missed 44 games. George missed 46 games. Oubre missed 33, and Maxey missed 13. Let's just say all those guys played 55 games. None of them played 55 except for Maxey, I think. How many games would this team have win? Did anybody actually think of that? Like, they won 45 games. Embiid missed 44 games. That's more than half the season. George missed 46 games. That's more than half the season. Oubre missed 33 games. That's almost half the season. And Maxey missed 13 games, but those 13 games that he missed coincided with when Embiid and George missed a lot of their games. So, are the Sixers actually good? They won 45 games. How? I was thinking, I said, how the hell did this team win 45 games? Like, if Embiid played, he missed 44 games. Let's say he played 55 games. That's an extra 20 games that he would have played. I think he ended up with, 30. How many games did Embiid play? 35, something like that. Embiid played 38, yeah. So he played 38 games. If we played 55 games, would Embiid playing 55 games make them a 50-win team? A 52-win team? A 54-win team? And then Paul George, he played 30. Paul George played less games than Embiid did. How's that possible? You got to really. He was out for 25 games. He played 37 games. And then Oubre played 50 games. So if Oubre, he's a good player. He's not a great player. He's a good role player. But he played 50 games. George played 37 and Embiid played 38. If they all played 55 games, how many games would you give them?
How many more games?
They won 45 games.
50?
So you're saying if those guys played, that basically Embiid played 38. So 12 games that they would only win 5 of the 12?
Yes.
Okay.
And I only realize that because it's hard to know without going through each game, the literal number. I just say 5 more because I can see a scenario where this team fully healthy wins 50 games.
Well, they won 45, and Joel played 38. Paul George played 37. And by the way, they missed a lot of games congruently.
Right, but also, I'm thinking of the fact that, not every game Joel played, they won. So I'm kind of factoring that.
What was their record with Joel this year?
I can pull that up.
Yeah, pull that up. What was their record with Joel? And I guess we could take the winning percentage of what they were with Joel and then kind of extrapolate. But I was thinking about that as they're playing the other day, and quite frankly, I'm like, listen, I'm not into this Sixers run at all either, everybody. I'm not sitting here trying to sell you on the Sixers. I'm not all that excited about them going to Boston and getting lambasted by the Celtics. But It is what it is. That being said,
They were 20. Yeah, there's 24-14 with him.
Okay, so there's 10 games over 500 when Joel plays.
Right.
So what's the winning percentage on that?
63.
So they win 63% of the game. So let's say they win, and they would win. He missed. I said just if he played 55 games.
Right. So 63% of 55 is what we're doing.
Well, he was 12 games short of 55. So whatever that would come out to.
Yeah, I'm doing the math right now.
Yeah, like how many extra wins would that have been for them? They won 45 games. Joel played 38 games. Think about that. They won 45 games and Joel Embiid played 38 of them. He didn't even play half the games.
So if I'm doing my math correctly, that means they should have won 10 more games with him.
Okay, so they'd be a 55 win team. Right. Pretty
well,
different.
their 55 wins are fighting for the 1 seed almost.
If they had, so that's what I wanted to try to figure. If they had 55 wins, right, they would have been the 3 seed.
Again, I'm just going off just purely math.
Mm-hmm. I got you.
So the math says they win 55 games.
Actually, 55. He played 38. That would be 17 games.
Well, I didn't do it that way. I did it I just said if Embiid played 55 games, what's 63% of that?
So if
their record would have been, they would have won 34 of those 55 games with him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a 10-win
jump.
Yeah.
So Embiid missed 44, George missed 46, Oubre missed 33, and Maxey missed 13. I said if they each just played 55 games, how many games would the Sixers have won? So you're saying, based on the math of just Embiid,
right,
that would have given them 10 extra wins.
Correct.
Because they were 24-14 in games that Embiid played.
Correct.
63%.
Right.
So you're basically saying they would have had 10 potentially extra wins based on that.
Potentially, right.
Yeah. So they would have had I can't really argue with that. They won 45 games and Joel Embiid didn't even play half of them. Like most years, if Joel doesn't play, their record is kaput.
Right. So if you think about it, so for those who are wondering, the Sixers only had a 47% win percentage without Embiid this year.
What was it?
47.
Only 47. But what's their normal win percentage without Joel?
Much worse.
Exactly. So the one thing they were able to do this year is somewhat persevere without him.
Right. They survived. Remember, there was a whole stretch of March where they were winning games without Embiid or Maxey or George.
Mm-hmm. Well, and here's the big thing, though.
Like they had that West Coast trip. We're all like, how are they winning these games in March?
Nobody has any anticipation that if Joel doesn't play that they could do anything in these playoffs.
Sure.
Yeah. So whatever they did in the regular season without him doesn't matter. Yeah.
I mean, they can still win the game tonight without him. I think we all agree on that.
Yeah, they can win tonight, and they should win tonight. They're a favorite tonight. I wonder, though, like I'm watching the game on Sunday, or whatever game. Yeah, Sunday against the Bucks, which they end up winning. They beat the Pacers, and they beat the Bucks, something they had to do to get to this spot,
right,
where they're hosting a game.
They had to do their jobs.
And I said, how the hell did this team win 45 games? Seriously, I at the end of the day, I said, how many teams did this team? They won 45 games. I said, how do they win 45 games with this team? And with the amount of games they all miss. And that's what made me, I tweeted out so that I could remember it. And that's what I said. If these guys just play, now that's just 55 games.
Correct.
You know, George missed 25 games because of the suspension. So there's a good chance that he would have got to that number because he played 37 games. So another 20 games would give him 57 and then 5 more. So you've been to 62. So he would have got over 60 games had he played. Now, I don't know what their record is when just Paul George plays. Like, that's kind of niche-y.
The record with Paul George is 22-15 this year.
Okay, 22-15. They're 7 over 500.
But they're just under 60%.
So, but it's fair to then ask, if Joel played 55 games and George played 55, we're only calculating if it just Embiid played, right? If just Embiid played, you're saying there were 10 games over. But Now, I don't know what their record was when George and Embiid played together with Maxey because they didn't do that more than like 10 times all season. In fact, in 2 years, I don't know that they've done it 10 times. Last year and this year combined, I don't know that they've played 10 times together. But just think about that. How frustrating it is. This isn't like, well, they could be really good. No, how frustrating it is that this team won 45 games and Joel played in 38 games and Paul George played in 37 games. If those guys just play 20 more games each, just 20. I know nobody can get you through 20 games. But they possibly would be around 55 wins, which would mean they would be the third seed in the East. They would also be the third seed in the West. 55 wins would get you the third seed in the West. It would get you the third seed in the East as well. Well, that's tonight. The Sixers take on the Magic right here on 97.3 ESPN. You guys, 7:30 on the tip tonight, by the way. Coverage with Tom McGinnis starts at 7:30 on 97.3 ESPN.
When both Embiid and George played together this year, the Sixers were 13-11.
Not good.
No.
13-11 average.
Yes. You're at a 54% winning percentage. But I will say this. That still gets you to, in theory, my 50 wins I told you before. So if they win between 5 and 10 more games this year, they're not in the play-in tournament. They have a nice, maybe they're the 4 seed.
If they would have won 5 extra games that get them to 50, they would have been the 5 seed.
So if they win 52, they're the 4 seed, basically.
Nope, because Cleveland has the tiebreaker over them.
Okay, so there goes that.
55 gets you somewhere. 52 does not.
Gotcha.
Sixers tonight. Make sure you tune in. 97.3 ESPN's coverage starts at 7:30. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Enjoying the day. Have a good time, everybody, tonight with a little beautiful weather we've been having out there, right? Great weather it's been. All right, coming up, we'll wrap up the show. And one more chance for you to qualify still to come here on the Sports Bash. All right, getting ready to get out of here. We got Phil's tonight. We got a little lefty matchup. Imanaga and Luzardo. Now, Luzardo's last outing pitched well through the fifth, and then he gives up the homer. Imanaga's a tough lefty. He's tough. Phil's are going with Marsh in the lineup tonight. No Crawford. Sometimes like Crawford out of the lineup. It's like the other day when Painter didn't start. Weren't you a little disappointed when Painter doesn't pitch? You're all excited when you see Painter pitch, and then he doesn't, and you're like, oh, that's a letdown. Imanaga, by the way, 0.81 whip, 20 strikeouts in 16 innings. It's not a walk in the park by any stretch of the imagination tonight. So Imanaga against Luzardo, good pitching matchup at Citizens Bank Park. I mean, quite frankly, Imanaga is having a much better season so far than Luzardo. Luzardo enters the night with a 6.23 ERA. Good whip, but been getting up the long ball. So Imanaga and Luzardo tonight. Sixers and the Magic tonight. That game's right here on 97.3 ESPN. Let me get you the final line for the game. I got Sixers 1.5. Who are you taking? I'm giving you $100. Who are you laying it down on?
Sixers.
Favored by 1.5 tonight. You're going Sixers.
They're at home.
This whole story with the Magic coach.
That's a whole nother conversation. I mean, I don't even. Like, why does it come out now?
Maybe they've finally had it. I don't know.
I'm just saying, what happened in the last few days?
Yeah,
it was like, this was the turning point. I need to reread the article.
Well, basically, the players are saying if he's not fired, they want to be traded.
Well, I get that, but I mean, what was the moment that
I
they
don't
were
know. Yeah, it was Jake Fisher reporting. So, all right, so Sixers tonight, 7:30. If they win, they'll play Sunday at 1 o'clock. If they lose, they will play Friday night. That game would be on 97.3 ESPN against the Hornets. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the Sports Bash. And that sounder right there, that is our contest sounder. And right now, caller 6 and caller 7, 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7, you are entered for this year's Eagles Draft Party. The draft party is live at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. One lucky winner has an opportunity to walk out of there with a pair of Eagles Club Box tickets. You must be present to win any of our prizes, which also include, in addition to Eagles Club Box tickets, somebody's going to win an overnight stay. Someone can win concert tickets, comedy shows, gift cards. It's a huge show. We love being out at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And caller 6 and caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776.